Hello and welcome to this, our 221st live stream, the Concise Fun Notes edition. This is, of course, a reference to our book review on Monday, where we did a review of the Net Bible Full Notes edition. And if you haven't seen that book review, please go and take a look after the live stream. We also want to let you know of something we're doing this month that's a little different. We are going to be doing a masterclass on epigraphy, and we are dividing it into 3 weeks. So basically 3 class sessions. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be going through, as a rubric, the proto-thesis of Michael Baron, and we're going to teach you how epigraphy is really done using this as a rubric. So we're not going to be doing these on Mondays at the regular time. We're going to be doing this as premieres at 8 p.m. So here's the thing. As the class is going on, I'm going to be in the live chat taking your questions, just like if this was an online class, and I'm the TA. I'm the teaching assistant on the side. Okay. So that's going to be Monday at 8 p.m. So, and we did all the recording yesterday, and it took me 6 hours to do all the recording. So it's a lot of material. And we go through each inscription that he does in detail, excruciating detail. So if you ever wanted to learn how epigraphy is really done, this is your opportunity to see it live. Well, not live, but pre-recorded, but you get the point. So that's our big announcement on the channel for this week. We're glad you could all join us here tonight. And we are here to, of course, take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. Okay, so let's get to the rules and then start getting into the questions. Okay, first rule, super chats have priority. No surprise there. That shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone at all. It doesn't guarantee your question is taken, only that your question is seen. Second, we do take non-super chats, but we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of it. If it's not there, it might as well not exist. Third, only post non-super chats once. Question spamming will result in your question being disqualified for the night. Fourth, if it's from the Bible, we do need some context. So you need to give us the chapter, the book, chapter, and verse. Also, only one super chat or one question per chat. No questions stacking. We just can't process that, and it's not fair to the other super chatters as well. And then finally, if you sponsor a question, which we do allow, we ask that you copy the question into the super chat. That just saves us all a lot of time. Okay. With that said, let's get into questions. Okay. I'm going to start the night here with 3 non-super chats. And first one here is from Darkblade. Given that we know Akkadian and also Amorite, is it possible to take Abraham's lines from chapter 12, verse 11 to 13, for example, and roughly construct how we would have pronounced them? No, not quite. The issue here is we have a lot of new information about the Amorite language. We've got the syntax. We've got some vocabulary. But we really don't have very much. We only have as much as fits on 2 small cuneiform tablets. Not that much. So it's not like we got a huge dictionary. We got more or less a crib sheet of foreign words. Think of this more like a Berlitz book. What we got for Amorite is kind of like a Berlitz German book. It's just enough to sort of ask where's the convenience, but not enough for you to actually do anything really useful with it. So we're still on that. We're still in need of more Amoritic material, at least before we can get to the point where we can say, hey, we've got something here where we can sort of reconstruct other things with it. So I hope we get more material. I would love to see a lot more Amoritic material come out. So, and I think it's probably in more places than we realize. Just we're still sort of connecting the dots here. Okay, so, and we also don't know, too, what alphabetic Amorite looks like. The Amoritic that we have is in cuneiform. We still need to do that work to say what would alphabetic Amorite look like, because it might not look the same as it does in cuneiform. So I'm hoping we get there, but I don't think we're at a point where we can sort of back translate where we can back translate Genesis 12, 11 to 13 quite just yet. All right? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. It is an interesting question, though. Okay, next non-super chat here by Harry Stark. Does formal censorship by the government still occur in the West? That's actually a very complicated question. Because the West has never, in some respects, done much in the way of formal censorship. The West has always preferred informal censorship. And this has been true since the 17th century. Basically, how censorship works is it usually is private industry cooperating with government to censor. Okay? And that's always been the case. It's always been the case where it's private industry doing the dirty work of government to censor things. Okay? So what we have here is, like, for example, in after the printing press got imported to England, the printing press became a controlled device, controlled by the publishing guilds. Okay? And the publishing guilds made it, basically put legislation in that no one could own a printing press except somebody in the guild. So as long as you were in the guild, you were allowed to have a printing press. But if you weren't in the guild, you weren't allowed to have a printing press. In return, the guild decided what got published, and who told them what to publish was the government. Is this ringing any bells for you guys? Like the US government telling Facebook and YouTube what to publish and distribute? Ring any bells? Or the Canadian government telling the banks who it could finance or remove financial services from? Like, for example, the trucker strike or the truckers' protest. A perfectly legal protest that the government didn't like, so it told the banks to withdraw, freeze bank accounts, remove commercial services like PayPal, credit card processing, and even track down people who supported them through cryptocurrency and froze their accounts. And there's still people in jail for that over that perfectly legal protest. And this is how governments in the West censor. They put pressure on private industry, and private industry goes along with it. It colludes with the government. So it's not like in say, Asian countries where the government has direct control over what gets censored. The governments in the West indirectly control censorship through private industry. And that's always been how it's worked in the West. Yeah, and in the West also, industry controls government too. SlamRN says, you need a Canadian Donald Trump to pardon those folks. Yeah, you know what? Actually, the Prime Minister in Canada does not have the power of pardon. That's not a power of the Prime Minister. So, unfortunately, that would never happen in Canada. The problem is also complicated by the fact that one party is in collusion with the media. I mean, really deep collusion with the media, similar to like the Democrats had with the media in the United States. So yeah, it's what about King Chuck? King Charles III, while he is the King of Canada, he doesn't have the right to pardon in Canada. That would fall upon the Governor General in Canada, and the Governor General doesn't have that power either. So there's no such thing as a prime ministerial pardon here in Canada. So those things don't happen here. Okay, so that covers how censorship is done in the West. There is censorship in the West, as serious as in the East, but it's just done through different means. I see it. Our next non-super chat here is from Mobius. Wouldn't there being a marsh at the north end of the Gulf of Aqaba mean the Yam Suf of 1 Kings 9:26 is really a Reed Sea, not the Gulf of Aqaba? Quick answer to that question is yes. Let's pick up the Bible. We'll read the chat passage, and then we'll talk about this, because I think this is kind of cool. Okay, 1 Kings 9:26. Okay. The King Solomon also built a fleet of ships in Ezion Geber, that's at the northmost point of the Gulf of Aqaba, which is near Elot, on the shore of the, and here it says Red Sea, but it means it's really Reed Sea, in the land of Edom. Okay. Now, there's no question of where this is. Now, the Reed Sea, there's actually 3 Reed Seas mentioned in the Bible. 3 of them. There is the Reed Sea on the northwest Sinai near Paramses and Pithom and Migdol. Okay, that's on the western side, northwestern side of the Sinai. There's a Reed Sea at Ezion Geber. Okay, and there is a Reed Sea on the edges, marshy edges of the Jordan. Okay, so there's 3 Reed Seas. Now, this particular one mentioned in 1 Kings chapter 9 is the one at Ezion Geber. Now, this is going to be a problem, say, for the the guys who believe in the Jebel Allah's thing, because Nuiba Beach, there's no reeds. No reeds at all. It's just a beach. It's a sandy beach. It's a nice looking beach, but it is a beach. It's a saltwater beach. No reeds. No reeds at all. Okay? What you need for there to be reeds is you need what's called brackish water. So where these brackish reed seas form generally is usually where you have high salinity fresh water runoff from a freshwater source into a sea. So this is why you find in like deltas where you start seeing runoff water begin to mix with ocean water, that's where you start getting these reeds take place. And there is a runoff at Ezi and Geber, which is why you get those marshy conditions there that ultimately have oh that um, ecology where you can get the reeds forming. Nueva Beach, you can't get reeds. There's no reeds at Nueva Beach. Nueva Beach is, as I said, it's just saltwater beach. Um, and you don't find reeds on the edges of saltwater beaches unless there is a brackish area from a freshwater runoff source. Okay, so it's a great question. I wish more people asked this question because it would certainly put a spanner into that whole Jebel Allah's garbage. Darkblade. I once heard that Jebel Allah's features aren't actually Jebel Allah's, but Jebel Makla. Yeah, yeah, but they all call it Jebel. They confuse the mountains. But if I started calling it Jebel Makla, nobody would know what I was talking about. So yeah, a lot of the features that they attribute to Jebel Allah's is actually Jebel Makla. You're absolutely right about that, but again, nobody recognizes it as that. So it's like, okay, what do you use? Do you use the name everyone's familiar with, or do you use the formal name? Okay, so 501 Mobius, I hope that helped, or Mobius, I hope that answers your question. Thank you for that question. Really appreciate it. Dossman, I'm going to call it Mount St. Helens. Prove me wrong. Moses was there. Well, if he was at Mount St. Helens, he wasn't there very long. All right, next question here is we'll start with now. We'll get into the super chats. From Uriel C for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What's with the chronology of Ezra 4 to 7, 23 to 24? Is Artaxerxes Cambyses II, or did Artaxerxes stop the wall construction he had just authorized? I think it's more the latter, but let's read the text. Ezra, chapter 4, starting at verse 4. Then the people of the land, discouraging the people of Judah and frightening them from building, and hired counselors against them to frustrate their counsel in the days of Cyrus, king of Persia, even until the reign of Darius, king of Persia. Okay. Actually, this verse is actually going to be really important for another question later on. So that's actually a nice. In some ways, this answers the question of a later question too. Okay. So keep that verse 5 here in mind when we go on to the next super chat here. Okay. Now the reign of Ahasuerus, that's Artaxerxes, in the beginning of his reign, they wrote an accusation against all the inhabitants of Judah and Jerusalem. And the days of Artaxerxes, Beshlam, Midraeth, Tabal, and the rest of his colleagues wrote to Artaxerxes, king of Persia, and the text of the letter was written in Aramaic and translated from Aramaic. Drop down to 23. Then, as soon as the copy of King Artaxerxes' document was read before Rehum and Shimshai, the scribe, and their colleagues, they went in haste to Jerusalem and the Jews and stopped them by force of arms. And then they took work on the house of God in Jerusalem and ceased, and it was stopped until the second year of the reign of Darius, king of Persia. Okay. Now, one of the few things we don't get in the biblical text here is which Artaxerxes, which Darius is, and all that stuff. Okay. Now, I believe I got that right here. Okay. So, this Artaxerxes is Artaxerxes the First. Okay? And he does a decree to reallow the building of the temple. And then the neighboring nations basically send a letter to the king of Persia, basically saying, hey, these Jews are doing bad things. They're fomenting revolt by rebuilding their walls and their temple and all that. They slander him, essentially. Then, basically, Artaxerxes sends another letter retracting what he said, basically retracting permission. Okay? And then, essentially, the construction in Jerusalem ceases until the second year of the reign of Darius II, king of Persia. Okay? So this is Darius II. Darius, Darkblade says, so it would be Darius II. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that would be Darius II. Yep. Darkblade gets it right. Okay, so that's the chronology here. It's the same Artaxerxes, Artaxerxes the First, in both passages. It's just that this Artaxerxes he's a bit, how do you say this? Artaxerxes the First is a bit mercurial. He's a bit mercurial. He has a tendency to change his mind on things. So that's just something about the dude. So it's not that this is a different Artaxerxes that stopped the building of the wall. It's the same guy. It's just that he listened to the slander. Okay, so I hope that answers that question. Really appreciate it. Hope that helped. Okay, next super chat here is from Uriel C. for $10. Any thoughts on the identity of Darius the Mede? Daniel 5:31, 6-7. Makes him sound like the king of the whole empire, not just a regional governor. Okay. Take Daniel 7 here. Daniel 5, verse 31. Okay. So Darius the Mede received the kingdom at about age 62. It seemed good to Darius to appoint 120 satraps over the kingdom. They should be in charge over the whole kingdom, and over them 3 commissioners, of whom Daniel was one. That these satraps might be accountable to them, and that the king might not suffer loss. Then this Daniel began distinguishing himself among the commissioners and the satraps because he possessed an extraordinary spirit, and the king planned to appoint him over the entire kingdom. The commissioners and the satraps began trying to find ground of accusation against Daniel in regard to government affairs, but they could find no ground of accusation or evidence of corruption, inasmuch as he was faithful, and no negligence or corruption was to be found in him. Then these men said, we shall not find any ground of accusation against this Daniel unless we find it against him with regard to the law of his God. Then these commissioners and satraps came by agreement and to the king and spoke to him as follows, saying, King Darius, live forever. And all the commissioners of the kingdom, prefects and satraps, the high officials and governors, have consulted together that the king should establish a statute to enforce an injunction that anyone who makes a petition to any god besides you, O king, for 30 days shall be cast into the lion's den. Right. Now, who is Darius the Mede? This is one of those questions that sort of lingers on. Because it sounds a little unusual. Who is this guy? Now, there are several... we just saw a passage in Ezra 4:5 that said that that they were building from the reign of Cyrus, king of Persia, even into the reign of Darius, king of Persia. Okay? So, one of the things, what's going to come into play here is, was Darius the First a Mede? We're not quite sure about that. And that's what's sort of a debate here. Now, there's been several some people have said Darius the Mede is a governor. I don't think that works. Some people think it's a literary figure. I think what it is, it's an epithet. I think it's a way of, say, identifying this particular Darius as opposed to, say, Darius the Second. So I think this is just an epithet for Darius the First. Because one of the things we find at the bottom of Daniel chapter 6, verse 28. Verse 28, we find this. So this Daniel enjoyed success in the reign of Darius and in the reign of Cyrus the Persian. Remarkably similar to that statement we found in Ezra 4:5. So what I think Darius the Mede is just an epithet for Darius the First. So I don't think it's anything as complicated as being a governor. I don't think it's a synonym for Cyrus. I really think that this is a continuation of a reign, because the way the Persian Empire worked, you had Cyrus reigning from 559 to 530, and then from 530 to 522, you have two short-reign kings, like Cambyses II, and there's one other in there that only reigns for a year. And then Darius the Great, also known as Darius the First, has to reconquer Babylon to reestablish his control over the Persian Empire. So I just think this is an epithet. That would be my guess here. But I don't have a skin in this game. If something else turns out to be correct here too, it doesn't bother me. So Ryan, so why call him the Mede versus something else? Because of Daniel chapter 2. Daniel chapter 2 talks about the conquest of the Medes and Persians. So it's not enough for this just to be a Persian kingdom, but it has to be involve the Medes as well. And by that point, the Medes were part of the Persian Empire, so it's not a huge deal anyway. But what this does by calling him Darius the Mede is sort of emphasizes that this is a combined kingdom, a unified kingdom of both Medes and Persians. And Darius was not a direct descendant of Cyrus. He was like third or fourth cousin. So he's not even closely related. So he's in another branch of the family altogether. So that would probably place emphasis on basically saying that his line was somehow more tied to the Medes than, say, Cyrus's line. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And it's a great question. It's also a very hotly debated question, too. So don't take my answer here as being the definitive answer. And as I said, I don't have any skin in this game. It's not really that interesting to me, the politics of Persian kings. But but that would be my, from what I understand it best. I realize there's other options out there too. So I'm not going to trash anyone who holds to another view on this. Okay. Next one here. Is from AT Ministries. 499, thank you for the super chat. Miss you all. I pray I have to have more questions for next week. For now, thoughts on the ISV translation. I've only looked at sections of the ISV. I haven't actually lived with the ISV translation. I generally don't do reviews or sweeping comments about Bible translations unless I've lived with them for a while. I think it's very important for reviewers to review when they do a translation, Imperial Standard Version, the Empire's version of this, the Sith Lord version of the Bible, right? International Standard Version, not the Imperial Standard Version. That would be much more fun. The Sith Lord version comes with its very own lightsaber as a bookmark. Okay. Yeah, the few things I've seen about the ISV is it tends to adhere to it doesn't it's not beholden to as much to traditional renderings, but it's also beholden to, say, very, very modern translational practices that are still being hotly debated. So it tends to be a little more, I'd say, cutting edge as far as its translational practices. Something I'm not always fond of. But I do like the fact, from what I've seen, that it avoids traditional renderings. So I hope that helps. But I really don't have a lot of thoughts on it, because, again, I don't have a copy of it. I haven't lived with it. I haven't used it a lot. And I tend to, when I do evaluations of Bibles, I want a hard copy. I want a hard copy so that I can actually flip through it, read it casually, use it in my studies. Like, while I was in that process of reviewing the Net Bible, I would actually keep it by my desk here. If I wanted to look up something, I'd look it up in the Net Bible. See how useful it is for actual work. So, I always want a hard copy of a Bible when I do a review of it. So, I won't be doing a review on this unless somebody sends me a hard copy. Or the publisher gives me one. One or the other. Okay. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciated. All right, next one here is from Objective Ethics says Daniel refers to Nebuchadnezzar as father of Belshazzar, which is wrong. Nabonidus was his father. Yes, that's true. But no archaeological evidence exists that validate any family ties. Not quite. That's not quite correct. Okay, first of all, when the Bible talks about father, it can be the term father is really loose in biblical Hebrew. There is also some evidence that Nabonidus is related by marriage. Okay? It does seem to be some suggestion that Nabonidus married one of Nebuchadnezzar's daughters. So there does seem to be at least a loose familial connection. It's not down patrilineal lines, though. And everyone agrees it's not down patrilineal lines. Okay? But a father could be a grandfather. A grandfather could be a father in Hebrew. A great grandfather can be a father in Hebrew. A great 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 grandfather can be a father in Hebrew. Okay. Likewise, a son, a grandson can be a son. A great grandson can be a son in Hebrew. So, all this means is in the Daniel reference is that there's some sort of familial line. Whether that's through marriage, we don't know. But there has been some suggestion that Nabonidus married one of Nebuchadnezzar's daughters. So there does seem to be a familial connection, just not down patrilineal lines. Okay, next one here is from follower of Ichthys for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Doctor and Mrs. Producer. What's the best book or books to start learning Hebrew for a total noob? Okay. I'm going to give the one I recommend. I don't know if this is appropriate for a total noob. It's basically an introductory text. This is the one I recommend. Paige Kelly's Biblical Hebrew and Introductory Grammar. 2nd edition. Okay? This is not just a good introductory grammar. It's actually the best introductory grammar I've encountered. When I first learned Hebrew, I learned it using Siao, and Siao is a horrible textbook. Absolutely horrible. I've also seen people use Pratico, but I'm not a fan of Pratico either. But Kelly, I like Kelly. I think Kelly is a good introductory grammar. It's also you can also use it as a reference grammar too. So it will not just get you through introductory Hebrew. It also comes with an exercise book and answer key. So get that also if you're starting off with Hebrew. But I would also say this. I would really recommend you take a beginning course on this sort of thing. Okay? Just to because the Hebrew vowels and consonants are so different from English. Take a course on just that, if you would. You can go to like a Jewish center somewhere that teaches like starter Hebrew, just to get the consonants and vowels correct, and then you can teach yourself the rest. Hebrew is not a difficult language, but that first step of doing this is something that happens that'll just help you a lot. Just really, really help you a lot. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. So what evidence are you referring to specifically? We have the family lineage at Ad-Gupi inscription, no connections to Nebuchadnezzar to Belshazzar. What are you referring to specifically? The fact that when a new king comes into power, who is not related, you often marry one of the daughters or the harem. That happens all the time. All of these, this is how a new dynasty takes over. This is standard operating procedure. Everybody did this. Yeah, it did kind of suck if you were a daughter. This is standard operating procedure in palace coups. Okay, everyone did this. Okay, Darkblade. That's what Henry VII did. Yeah. Well, this is why, for example, when Absalom tries to overthrow David, what does he do? He goes to the palace, up to the harem, David's harem, and cuckolds it. He has relations with as many of David's wives as possible to cement his claim to the throne when he tries to overthrow David. So this is just standard operating procedure. And Nabonidus would have done the exact same thing. He would have done the exact same thing. So Dossman, icky operating procedure. Yeah, it's icky, but that's the way this stuff worked. That's how court intrigue and overthrowing monarchies worked back then. But yeah, that's every king that overthrows a monarchy does that. And it's not my problem if you can't handle it. Okay. Next one. The Camilla part for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. This is not the question you are looking for. Check below. Okay. Okay. It's a two-parter here. What was Yocheved's intention with placing Moses along the Nile? Was she planning on coming back for him? Was she leaving him to be exposed to the elements of wildlife? Or did she know that the future Pharaoh's daughter would be coming? She was hoping that an Egyptian would come by and take compassion on the child. She didn't know that Pharaoh's daughter would be coming by. He was basically 3 months, and he was starting to make noise. And the neighbors would find out. So she was sort of leaving him there to be picked up by a compassionate Egyptian. She was actually counting on the compassion of the Egyptians who saw a 3-month-old child to take pity on him and adopt him. And Egyptians did regularly adopt people. This was a woman in ancient Egypt had the unqualified, almost an absolute right to adopt a child. It was really kind of cool. So, as long as you weren't of two classes, basically a princess or a slave, a woman could adopt any eligible child or even adult she wanted. So yeah, this helps us to determine who was Pharaoh at the time, because the Pharaoh's daughter couldn't have been Pharaoh's daughter at the time. That had to be a retrojective term, because a Pharaoh's daughter is the only person, one of the few persons, that can't adopt a child. So by adopting this child, she was showing she wasn't a Pharaoh's daughter at the time. So it had to be a retrojective term. And that helps us determine who the Pharaoh of the Exodus was. Because at the time that we think the Exodus takes place, the Ramessides had not become eligible for the throne yet. So it's fantastic. Okay, so I hope that helps. She's essentially she's hoping that some Egyptian will take pity on the child, essentially. Okay. Dossman for $2. Ooh, thank you for the super chat. First bell pepper to be picked tomorrow. Oh, tell us how it tastes. Tell us how it tastes. That is really cool. That is really, really cool. My garden on the balcony has been a total failure. Uh, yeah, especially with the heat wave we had. Killed half our mint. Killed our nasturtiums. Uh, but yeah, awesome. That's awesome to hear. I'd love to see I'd like to see some pictures. If you got some pictures, post them on the Discord, because I'd like to see some shots of those too. Yeah. So so yeah, absolutely. And chocolate bell peppers are an achievement. That's an achievement. So congratulations, absolutely congratulations. I hope some squirrel doesn't get to it first, because if you get squirrels and start eating those things, oh, you're so done. You're so done. so yeah, I hope it tastes good. As I said, the last one I had tasted like almost like honey. It was really sweet, really delicious. Big destiny. Or raccoons. Stupid raccoons ate my pineapples. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Oh yeah, once they get a taste for sweet bell pepper, oh, it's over. It's over, man. Okay. Next one here. I want to thank Jack Ray for 20 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. We really, really appreciate it, and it really helps keep the lights on, and we so very much appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. Okay. Mama with a question for $2. 11-year-old's question. When was the Bible written? Help. Wow. That's complicated. Okay? That's complicated because it's stretched out over such a long period of time. Okay? The Bible, is an anthology of 66 books that were essentially brought together and bound as a single edition. Okay? The earliest complete Bible we have dates to the 3rd century AD. Okay? That's the first time all the books are sort of brought together and put in one binding. However, the books of the Bible themselves date from 3,400 years ago to about 2,000, 1,900 years ago. Okay? So essentially from, I would say, the not 3,400, sorry, 3,200. Okay? So essentially the end of the late Bronze Age, right to the end of the 1st century AD. Okay? So there's a lot of question as to when was it sort of bound as its first sort of complete edition. The Codex itself, which is how we got it bound today. Like, for example, you pick up a book today. I'll just use Reliquary of the Dead or All the Stars and the Angels, because hey, why not? This is this kind of binding here, where it's bound on the edge like this and in pages. Okay, that's called a codex binding. Okay, and that has been attributed to Julius Caesar. Before the codex binding, all books were in scrolls. And the problem with scrolls is it's really, really hard to leaf through it. So it was more advantageous to keep the various books of the Bible separate, as separate scrolls, because it made it easier to leaf through. So that whole Codex Bible or codex binding revolutionized how books were made, how books were compiled, and it just so happened that the codex was invented just before the New Testament started being written. So the New Testament and the formation of the Bible as a one complete book benefited directly from the Roman invention of the codex. It's so cool. It's so cool. And the timing is just couldn't have been better. Okay. It could not have been better. So when do we get a complete Bible in a binding? Well, soon after the New Testament is finished. Within about 100 years. About 100, 200 years. So that's when we get our first complete Bibles in a binding. In a codex binding. So, yeah, Darkblade, scrolls have to be unraveled in order to read them. This is an inconvenience I also face in my posters, but I keep it because I hate framing posters. Well, it's not just that. If you unroll it and re-roll it, sooner or later it starts binding. This is why, say, once a year in Jewish synagogues, the entire scroll is unwound and then rewound to reset the way it's wound up in between the spokes. So the metal plates are not really a codex. There are some metal plate books, but they're not really a codex. And those don't predate. Most of those have not predated Julius Caesar. In fact, most of them have metal plate books have mostly been shown to be frauds. Almost all of them. Almost all of them. There's one Etruscan book that is said to be metal plates, but there doesn't seem to have been a binding with those. So it's more like they're just plates. So almost all the metal plate books, they're not codexes. They're not codexes. And in fact, there was one lead one that came out of Syria just recently, and it was hailed to be the oldest at the time. Was hailed to be the oldest codex at the time. And then they did lead isotopic dating on it, and they found the lead dated to the 1930s, and that was sort of the end of that. So, yeah, the metal plate books are almost all a fraud. Almost all a fraud. There are a few that are recognized as being more modern, okay? But metal plate books are not generally, you don't see those in the ones that were made as codexes. They're almost all frauds. I have yet to see one that's legitimate. Okay, as I said, there's the one gold plate one of Etruscan origin but it doesn't have a binding, so you really can't count that as a codex. So, yeah, there's no evidence of any metal plate codex prior to Julius Caesar. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps your 11-year-old on when the Bible was written. The earliest books date to the Late Bronze Age, Late Bronze Age, Early Iron Age. Like for example, the Song of Moses is well recognized as one of the earliest portions of the Bible, up to the final books of John. So it's a huge period of time over which the Bible was written, but the bound version comes a century or two after the final writing of the New Testament. So I hope that helps. Okay. The Trinitarian Bible Society claims that the Codex Sinaiticus was specifically written by or on behalf of Oregon. Is this claim accurate? Um, I don't know if it's accurate. It does. Codex Sinaiticus was compiled around the same time as Oregon. Okay, so they are contemporary. They are contemporary. However, um, uh, but whether or not it was done on behalf of Oregon, that's going to be really difficult to prove or to show. So, um, oh jeez, you mean the Sinai Bible? We're not doing Bill and Carson stuff here, okay? No Billy Carson stuff on this channel. Okay, but yeah, the Codex Sinaiticus is contemporary with Oregon, but we don't know if it was done on behalf of Oregon. That's a claim that I think is really hard to prove. So, I hope it helps. Yeah, we're not going to be talking about emerald tablets either. Mysterious fungus. Why not? Billy Carson is the best. Where can I find my Anunnaki now? Brian Cohenkamp. I'll let Westhoff handle Billy. Yeah, I'll let him do it. I got more important things to do. Okay. Answering LDS asks a member question here. What are some good layman resources for learning about ancient Mesopotamia Egyptian history? Um, the Oxford guides tend to be very, very good on this. Um, Ian Shaw for Egyptian history, the sort of the go-to is Ian Shaw's Oxford Handbook of Egyptian History. Okay, and again, that was written by Ian Shaw. I think he's doing a second edition, which is desperately needed at this point. But that's sort of the best beginning manual for Egyptian history. Uh, Unfortunately, we're not going to get a second edition of Anatomy of a Civilization because the author of that has passed on. So that would have been my second go-to. But Anatomy of a Civilization is now so long in the tooth, I don't think it's useful anymore. But I still recommend Ian Shaw's Oxford Handbook of Egyptian History. Now, I don't know if Oxford has a handbook for Mesopotamia. Um, so there's another one that I would recommend. It's also long in the tooth, unfortunately, but let's see if I can find this quickly here. I might not be able to find this quickly. I know where I might quicker. Okay, not there. What's her name? I cannot remember her name for the life of me at the moment. She wrote a 2-volume set of on the history of the ancient Near East. And for the life of me, I cannot remember her name. Um, Not Mira Cop. Ah, what is her name? I can't remember the name of that that book right now. For the life of me, I can't remember her name. No, it's not Karen Radner. Um, Not Karen Radner. I guess I'm just gonna have to say I can't remember who it is right now. But that kind of bugs me because is actually a really good set of books. Just cannot remember. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to say I don't remember. And it isn't Susan Wise Bauer either. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to give that a pass, unfortunately. On, but um, Bryce, if you want Hittite history, he's gonna be your best bet for that. Uh, but there was another. As I said, I wish I could remember who the author of that was. It'll come to me when I in the middle of the night when I'm half asleep. But I can't remember who it was that did the Mesopotamian history. But it was really good. It's who I studied when I was taking Mesopotamian history at in grad school. So, but I just can't remember it off the top of my head at the moment. So, um, do one other check here. Maybe I got something else I can throw your way. And that's it. Emily Kurt. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron Richard. Yes, Emily Kurt. That's the one. The live chat comes to the rescue again. Emily Kurt. That's it. That's the author. Yeah, her general history of the ancient Near East is really good. Um, so absolutely. Thank you, Aaron Richard. That's it. That's the author I was trying to think of and just could not remember. Okay, cool. Yeah, Kurt's history of the ancient Near East is really really good. So I would recommend that, even though it is, as I said, also long in the tooth. I wouldn't take her for granted on the chronology because her chronologies are out of date, but she'll give you the structure of the history of the ancient Near East, and she does it in a very very well written and systematic way. Okay, so that's who I'd recommend. All right, so thank you very much for that question. Really appreciate it, and thank you, Aaron Richard, for jogging an old man's memory. Okay. Of course, now that I know it, I can probably look it up too. But yeah, it's the Rutledge History of the Ancient World, Ancient Near Eastern History by Emily Kurt. It's great stuff. It's a really, really good book. It's a thick book. Okay, next chat here. Uh, Ike the Great for with a very, very generous $99 super chat. Thank you so very much for that super chat. Really, really appreciate it. Uh, Thank you for your generosity. So much appreciated. Okay. And he asks, what are your thoughts on the Jerusalem Step Street Pilgrim Road underground excavation? Oh, um, I don't have a lot of thoughts on that actually. I mean, if they are excavating the Pilgrim Road, that would be cool. That would be cool. It is a historic way. Um, it'd be very, very interesting to see it. I think it'd be kind of nasty to walk on because Roman cobblestone's not great to walk on. Uh, have you ever walked on Roman cobblestone? It's nasty, isn't it? Um, I walked on Roman cobblestone in Paris. It's hard on the feet. Yeah, you don't want to hike a couple miles on it. I mean, you have to suffer like a pilgrim to walk on cobblestone. Okay, that's. I don't like cobblestone. So, yeah. Um, so anyway, yeah. I have no problem with them excavating that. I think it'd be cool to see. I wouldn't want to walk it myself, at least not for any great distance. Um, but Jerusalem has a lot of those little mini excavations going on, and I think it's really, really fantastic that uh, Mama says I've seen that. I would have been fine with it when I was 18. Now, heck no, that's a knee killer right there. Oh, it gets your ankles like you have no idea. It hurts your ankles, and my ankles are not great. Yeah. Yeah, if you're 20 and under, travel it now. Do this now. Yeah, cobblestone sucks. So totally. Totally sucks. Okay. Um, but I think it's really cool that there are these little excavations going on. And I think it's also really cool that Jerusalem is an archaeologically rich city. That needs more excavation. I'll say this. Um, Jerusalem, the difficulty of any living city like Jerusalem is that um, it's really, really difficult to do excavations when people are living on top of it. It's one of the reasons why we can't really excavate Paramses. It's because it's a farming village right on top of it. So unless you throw out everybody out of the village, it's really hard to excavate there. So the fact that Jerusalem can and does still do these excavations in and around human occupation, I think that's fabulous. I think that's absolutely fabulous. So, so yeah, Jerusalem has seemed to have get achieved this balance of both archaeology and human occupation. That's really difficult to do. And most cities can't do it. Most towns can't do it. So, so I think it's fantastic. I think it's fantastic that they're able to. So, thank you very much for that super chat. I really, really appreciate it. And yeah, I actually think overall it's a good thing. Overall, it's a good thing. Mama, yeah, not cool to evict landowners. But here's the thing, too. In some cases, um, like for example, on the West Bank, um, in the West, in the Theban West Bank, there were a lot of houses put on land that was never bought. Okay, so it's one of those things where, in the case of West Thebes, um, at for example the Kurna area used to be completely covered in houses, and that's because native Egyptians just sort of started building there without buying land. There was open land there. They started building, and they never bought the land. And then they started digging underneath their houses and finding, ooh, tombs, let's rob them. So eventually, in the case of West Thebes in Kurna, they evicted, basically forced all the people out because they didn't own the land, and then bulldozed their houses. At least most of their houses. Some of them are still standing. You can just go to Kurna today and still see some houses that used to be occupied 80 years ago, and and what's left of them there, those houses. So, uh, so anyway, yeah, I think it's great that they've been able to balance occupation and archaeology. I think that's absolutely fantastic, and I wish more cities would do this. So, thank you very much for that wonderful, wonderful super chat. You're very generous to us, and we really appreciate it. So, thank you so very much. Uh, who was president of Egypt when this happened? Egypt didn't have a president when this happened. It was still under um, Egypt's monarchy. This was before Nasser. Okay, so these guys got evicted before Nasser. Okay, so um, so yeah, these evictions took place before that time. Many of them happened just before the revolution. So yeah, it happened during the Muhammad Ali dynasty. I'm not exactly sure when, but it happened in the 40s. It was in the 40s that they started doing this. Basically, what really changed it, what really changed Egyptian policy towards the West Kurna area was the discovery of the tomb of King Tut. That's really what changed the Egyptian government's thoughts towards the Theban West Bank. Because at that point, before the discovery of King Tut's tomb, the Egyptian government sort of had a, well, we don't really care what you find there. It's not really all that important kind of policy. But as soon as they discovered the wealth of stuff that one could find in a tomb from the tomb of King Tut, everyone started digging. Everybody who had a house there started digging in their basement. It became sort of a almost a wild west of who could dig first. So it's at that point that the Egyptian government had to sweep in and say, okay, you don't own this land, you're gone. You need to find a new home. You're evicted. You got 30 days to get out. So um yeah, that was very much one of those things where it was the tomb of King Tut changed everything. It changed everything in Egypt. It was not just an archaeological event, it was a sociological event. It was an event that changed Egypt's how Egypt is viewed by the world. It changed how Egypt started viewing itself. Egypt really saw itself prior to King Tut's tomb as much more Arab than Egyptian. With the discovery of King Tut's tomb, Egyptians started to see themselves as more Egyptian than even Arabic. So, it was really a watershed moment for the entire nation. So, yeah, it was a big deal, big deal. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you, and we'll move on to the next super chat here. Igor Epstein for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat, Igor. What is your interpretation of what's going on in Exodus 13, 18 to 22 when God shows Moses his grace? Okay, let's take a look at that. Exodus 33, verse 18. Okay, 18 to 22. Then Moses said, I pray thee, show me thy glory. He said, I will make all my goodness pass before you, and will proclaim the name of the Lord before you. And I will be gracious to whom I will be I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show compassion to whom I show compassion. Now let's talk about grace before we go on here. Then we'll finish the rest of the passage. Grace means unmerited favor. That's what grace means. It's, even though you don't deserve it, I will show you special favor. So that's something that when we talk about grace, that's what we mean, is unmerited favor. You didn't buy it, you don't deserve it, but I'll give it to you anyway. So, moving on here. Verse 20. But he said, you cannot see my face, for no man can see me and live. Then the Lord said, behold, there is a place by me, and you shall stand there on the rock, and I will come out while my glory is passing by, that I will put you in a cleft of the rock and cover you with my hand until I have passed by. But then I will take my hand away, and you shall see my back, but my face shall not be seen. Okay. So, this is whenever God makes an appearance to Moses, we have to understand that the appearance of the holy is a terrifying thing. Theologians call this the trauma of holiness. The problem is that sinful man cannot see the holiness of God without freaking out, without having psychological dysfunction. Okay? And that's because when we see something holy, I mean truly holy in its glory, it messes with your brain. It messes with your mind. And that trauma of holiness either will seek to reject what it has seen, it will collapse into despair, it will do all sorts of these reactions to holiness. So every time God makes an appearance, or even some angels, I mean, every time an angel appears, the first thing out of the angel's mouth is fear not. Fear not. Okay? Don't be afraid. Because that's the first reaction people have to holiness, is fear. Okay? So every time God makes an appearance to Moses, he has to reassure Moses that he's not there to harm Moses. So he makes this proclamation, and proclamations like this. Like, for example, in Exodus 33:19, I will make all my goodness pass before you, and I will proclaim the name of the Lord before you. And I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and I will show compassion on whom I show compassion. He's showing his utter sovereignty, and to Moses, his goodness, his mercy, and his unmerited favor. So in that particular case, and he does this also in other places too. Like, for example, he also says once that I will seek vengeance upon the of the parents onto the children to the third and fourth generation, but unto those who love me, I will show grace and loving kindness unto the 1,000th generation. The grace and mercy of God is much, much greater than his anger and wrath. So, my interpretation of what's going on here is that God is assuring Moses through his appearance and through his statements of what he's going to do prior to his appearance, that there's going to be you can't see the face of God and live, but yeah, you're going to still see the goodness and glory of God, but don't be afraid. I've shown you grace and mercy, and I choose who I show grace and mercy to. So that's what I think's going on here. I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, we want to welcome Francis Dobbs as a new YouTube member. Thank you very much for joining it and supporting this channel. We really, really appreciate it, and thank you for your support. We really appreciate it. Okay, we have a question here from Visual Dawn for 1999 pounds, British pounds. Thank you very much for that super chat. We really appreciate it. Hi, Doctor. If possible, could you please give me a brief outline of how some of the 10 plagues played out in reality? Still looking forward to the full book on the topic in the future. Okay. I can give you a brief outline here. These are most of these plagues are either result of meteorological events or they are part of the Nile flood inundation, depending on which one it is. It starts off with a hyper natural occurrence of the flood. Okay, and Egypt experienced a annual flood every year, but something was a little different about this one, in that the things that normally happened every year at the flood became amplified, heightened, raised to the highest degree. Okay, now some of these events had occurred before in Egypt's history. The blotting of the sun had happened before in Egypt's history. The Nile turning to blood happened before, once before in Egypt's history. So these are events that happened throughout time in ancient history, in particularly the first intermediate period. Okay, but for some reason, at this particular point in time during the 19th dynasty, that um, these events sort of occurred again. But not only just say the Nile events, but other events coincided with this. As far as the darkness, the sun being blotted out, that's probably a combination of wildfires in Africa combined with sandstorm. Okay, so as far as the hail, also probably from that northern winter climate coming in from, say, the Swiss Alps. So what you have here is a convergence of variety of different meteorological events, but it all happens at once. So so that sort of gives you that gives you a brief taste of what that book is going to be like. We're going to be resuming work on that book in September after I finish my current project, and we hope that it'll come out maybe in a couple years. So, still, still hoping that we still haven't gotten a contract yet with the publisher. Publisher wants some more. They want more. Yeah, they didn't bother reading my first book. They just want more. Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Hope that helped. Big Destiny for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Have you ever been interested in Warhammer 40k and do you like it? No, I haven't. I've never been interested in it. Um, I was in college when the first Warhammer War Games, um, um, first Warhammer role playing game came out, and I never got into it at the time. Um, I had some friends in the anime club I was a part of who were into Warhammer, but I never got into it myself. Wasn't that interested in role playing games at that point. So, I mean, I did D&D in high school, but I sort of after high school I stopped playing for a while. So I didn't do any role playing games while I was in college, and I didn't do it into my early career either. So I never got into Warhammer. So it's just something that was um remember the 40k refers to how much it costs to do everything. I bet. Yeah, I've heard some stories about Warhammer. So again, I never got into it. So for me, it was just not a thing. Okay, so thank you very much for that super chat. Really appreciate it, but nope, never got into it. Ooh, Dossman for $2. Chocolate bell pepper chat emoji. When? Ooh. You've made a note of that? Okay. All right, that's actually the final super chat, believe it or not. We are done super early for super chats. So, non super chats, foodie discussions, anime talk. It's open season, people. Where's Bon Bon? I think this is the earliest we finished super chats. Oh, Mama broke the. Okay, let's see what Mama says. Mama for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Are there any Egyptian dances known today that are believed to have existed in antiquity? And does their music exist? No and no. Okay. Uh, we do have iconography of Egyptian dancers, and the dancing style is very, very different. Um, it looks more like acrobatics than it does like modern Egyptian, say, belly dance. If you go to Egypt today and you look at dancing, it's more influenced by Arabic styles, as I said, like belly dancing. If you want a good taste of Egyptian dances, look at Cecil B. DeMille's Exodus movie. There is a scene where dancers come in and do this long, leggy, stretchy dance where the legs are kicked really high. That's what Egyptian dance would have been like. The closest thing I've seen to it. It's very different. It's very cool. It's super interesting. It's more like acrobatics. And there's also portrayal of dancers from the frescoes at the Palace of Avaris of Cypriot dancers. I don't know if anyone's done a collection. There isn't that many of them. But there are some dancing scenes that have been preserved on, say, plaster paintings. So we do find some tomb reliefs with them. So absolutely, I mean, it's really interesting to see that dancing style. But it's very different. Um, um, but it's nothing like modern Arabic dance at all. It's, as I say, it's more like acrobatics. Ryan says, so just like the Rockettes, slower than the Rockettes. These are precision acrobatics. Precision acrobatics. So not quite like the Rockettes. Yeah, not the style. Okay, as far as the music, we have no recorded music or musical notation from Egypt, unfortunately. We have the instruments, yes, but none of those instruments are real, except maybe the drum. Drum might be the only instrument that still survives from ancient Egypt. The instruments that the Egyptians used, they used lyres, they used sistrum, which is kind of a rattle. They used drums and a kind of cymbal, but they didn't have say like the oud, so that wasn't a thing. A lot of modern Egyptian music is based upon the scale that's used on the oud. Yes, an oud is also a Doctor Who character. Doctor Who monster. Mama, I'm thinking about the bull jumpers that would essentially dance with bulls by acrobatically jumping over them and onto them and such. Oh yeah, that was very much like that. Yeah. Yeah, think about that. An Egyptian dance is like that without the bulls. Wait, the oud? Something like that. It's OUD though. I tried to buy an oud in 2019 when I was in Egypt, and yeah, the prices, they no longer really make them domestically anymore, and the prices of a good oud now in Egypt are just so astronomically expensive. It's just like yeah, it was out of my price range. So yeah, so that's the state of Egyptian music. We don't know what it sounds like. We got a little idea what the dancing looks like, and it's really cool. It's really cool. Okay, Jordan Oric for $2. Second Samuel 24:1 and First Chronicles 21:1. Progressive Revelation. Let's take a look. Okay, Second Samuel 24, verse 1. Now again, the anger of the Lord burned against Israel and incited David against them to say, "Go number Israel and Judah." Okay. So David being punished for doing the censing. And First Chronicles 21:1. Then Satan stood up against Israel and moved David to number Israel. Okay. Um, saying I don't think this is progressive revelation. Um, here. Samuel 24. Yeah, I'm not sure how this is. I'm not sure how this is supposed to be progressive revelation. Um, and because here's the thing: the commandment is for the king not to do a census of the people. Okay, so for the anger to of the Lord to burn against Israel, and then for David to do a census doesn't make David's reaction in 2 Samuel 24 verse 1 correct. Okay, and in verse 2 here it says, the king commanded Job, the commander of the army, saying, "Go about now to all the tribes of Israel from Dan to Beersheba and register the people, that I may know the number of the people." Why did he ask the army guy that? Why did he ask general? Censuses are for, there's two reasons you do censuses: taxation and conscription. It's clear here that David is doing this for conscription. Okay? So, um, just because David takes a census in 2 Samuel 24 doesn't mean he's doing something right here. Likewise, in First Chronicles 21, then Satan stood up against Israel and moved David to number Israel. Again, this is same deal. So he said to Joab and the princes of people, "Go number." Yeah, so in both cases here, it's the same event. This is the exact same event, just being shown in through two different lenses. One is that Israel had caused God to anger, then Satan moved David to do this thing. So it's not a contradiction here. It's not even really an inconsistency. It's just you're getting a different perspective of the same event. So let's see. Murph Monson says an adversary would probably be a better translation. Well, let's just see what what it does say. Is it Hasatan? It probably is Hasatan. No, it's not Hasatan. Ooh. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. It is not Hasatan. It's Satan. Yeah. Uh, it might be an adversary still, but more likely you tend to when you get the into when you get this spoken as not just an adversary, the adversary is usually when it's used as a job title. You see that a lot. Hasatan when it's used as a job title. When it is an arthrus, that means it lacks the definite article. It can either be both an adversary or a proper name. Either one's possible here. Okay? So it could be an adversary. It could also be a proper name too. Either one could work here. And that's because it is an arthrus. So the translation's not wrong. Translation's not wrong. But it also might be an adversary. It might be a job description too. So either one could be correct. Either way, you're getting a different perspective here of that text in 2 Samuel 24. Okay? So don't think it's progressive revelation, but it is looking at the same event through a different lens. So, Jordan, I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Dossman for 2 ducks. Thank you for super chat. Sponsoring Haven and Friends question. Do we know what question that is? Because Dossman didn't repeat the question in the super chat. He broke the rules. And rules are rules. We're gonna have to find that question now, thanks. Now you're gonna make us hunt all through the live chat. Dossman, repost it! Repost it! You broke the rules, man! Repost it! It's a cue from him. Yeah, you know how many questions we get? You know how many chats we get? dude, that's why we recite this rule, everyone. Okay, I see. Jack Ray reposted it. Okay. Alright, here's the question. Have you read Garrett's commentary on Exodus 4 and the Bridegroom of Blood event? No, I have not read Garrett's commentary on this. I have no idea what Garrett has to say on this. I mean, I have my own opinion of the Bridegroom of Blood event, but no, I haven't. Dossman is new here. It's $2. I'm sorry. Apology accepted. Jack Ray. Oh, sure. But getting back to the question here. Okay, I personally think that well, let's look at the question here. Let's look at the text. Let's go to the text. Let's talk about the DBC says it's probably Midianite language in the quote there. He has a very interesting view, a good read. Yeah, I think I had heard that Garrett has a peculiar view of the documentary hypothesis where he thinks that there's Midian sources too. But I have my own take on this. We do have time, so let's find the passage, and if I can. Where is it? There it is. All right. This is an excursus, which means it's a text inserted in another narrative to give you context of what's happening in the greater narrative. Moses is returning to Egypt, and they find a lodging place, probably a cave somewhere. Verse 24. Then it came about at the lodging place on the way that the Lord met him and sought to put him to death. Then Zipporah took a flint and cut off her son's foreskin, threw it at Moses' feet, and she said, "You are indeed a bridegroom of blood to me." So he let him alone. At that time, she said, "You are a bridegroom of blood because of the circumcision." Okay. It wasn't Holiday Inn. No. No, it definitely was not a Holiday Inn. Can you imagine doing that in a Holiday Inn? You'll never be asked back. Tip the maids a lot of money if you do that at a Holiday Inn. Not recommended. Okay. Now, this goes back to Abrahamic covenant. It as far as I understand this, it all goes back to Abrahamic covenant, which is if you are part of the covenant community of Abraham, you are required to circumcise your sons. So you'd be fine at a Motel 6. Let's not go there. A lot of bad stuff happens at Motel 6s. Okay. And Super 8s. So what's going on here is that there's this violent storm that happens outside, and the Lord is angry. The Lord is angry because Moses is about to lead his people, a covenant people, out of the land of Egypt, and his own son is not under the covenant. He hasn't done his own son here properly under the covenant. Okay? Um so for that to happen, the son has to be circumcised. Has to be in the covenant community of under the covenant of Abraham. So the guy responsible for it refuses to do it. But Zipporah is smart enough and responsible enough and wise enough to get her son into the covenant community, even though she herself is a Midianite. So, this is really a reminder to the reader. This excursus is the reminder to the reader that all that promise to Abraham has not been forgotten. It's a reminder to the reader that, hey, God is going to rescue his people because they're covenant people sealed under the promise that he made to Abraham. So that's what I think is going on there. But I don't know what Garrett said. I can't answer that because I haven't read his commentary on this. But that's how I understand the passage. Okay. Shabbat Shalom asks a question here. What is your view on sacrificing the red heifer in preparation for the construction of the third temple? I think if you're going to have a third temple, you're going to need it. You need the ashes of a red heifer if you're going to resume temple service in a temple of Yahweh. You need it. It's a non-negotiable. You need the ashes of red heifer to purify the water to sprinkle on the various holy implements. You don't need many red heifers. Little goes a long way. But you do need that ash. So, yeah, you're not going to have a third temple surface without a third temple or service at the third temple without a red heifer. Period. Jordan Oric, is it true that according to tradition, only 8 adequately qualified red heifers have ever been found or used? It's true that only 8 heifers have been used, but there's probably been a lot more that have been found. So, so just because you can find red heifers probably if you look hard enough today. Essentially, what qualifies as a red heifer is it can't have a single white hair. Okay, that's what would disqualify it. Interestingly enough, if it has black hair, that's okay. If it has black hair, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. It has to be red, but if you find a black hair, no problem. If you find a white hair, that disqualifies it. But yeah, there's a guy right now who's trying to breed red heifers for this service at the moment. But technically true, yeah. Okay. The Vaults asks for $6.99 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. How do you understand the commands of God by God versus the commands by Moses to Israel? How do we know a command for me or for specifically Israel? Well, oftentimes it's prefixed by a command by Moses. Okay? Some things are just not going to apply to you anyway because of circumstances. Like, for example, ritual purification before going up to the temple. You're not required to go up to the temple because there is no temple. So, obviously, those purification laws wouldn't apply. Sacrificial laws, probably not going to apply. And even if they did, they are fulfilled by the grace of Jesus Christ. So anything that's part of the ritual law doesn't really apply to you anymore because it's been fulfilled in Christ. Okay? There are some commands, though, that are repeated by Christ that still stand, and by the apostles. Do not steal. Do not commit adultery. Do not bear false witness. Love the Lord your God. Yeah, do not commit idolatry. These are universal commands, and they've been repeated by Christ and the apostles as being still valid today. So, how I would understand this is I would use the New Testament here to be our guiding light as to which commands still apply here. Okay? And again, go back to Galatians. Galatians tells you that the law is a schoolmaster. It's a teacher unto righteousness. But following the commands itself isn't righteousness. It's the guide to righteousness, not righteousness itself. So, yeah, do not go back to the whole temple system. Yeah. The whole book of Hebrews. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so that's how you'd specifically know. So the vaults, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Kwame Adu 007 for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. Any reason to date the Daniel to the 2nd century? Linguistically, I don't see it. Wasn't the Septuagint compiled around the same time? Yes, it was. Okay. Septuagint was actually compiled in the starting in the 3rd century. Okay? So it's actually a century before the 2nd. Now, why do people date Daniel to the 2nd century? It's this idea that all the prophecy in Daniel is ex eventu prophecy because there's no God and prophecy is not a real thing. So it falls under that bifurcation fallacy, that black and white fallacy of it's either true prophecy by God that really exists, or it's prophecy after the fact. And I think that's a very parochial way of viewing this. There are middle grounds for prophecy, not just it's only just God, or it's only ex eventu after the fact. So I think that's a really narrow way of looking at prophecy in general. Linguistically, Daniel doesn't fit with the Aramaic of the 2nd century. Furthermore, there's a problem. Scholars universally recognize that 1st Enoch was written in the 4th century. But 1st Enoch quotes Daniel 7. So I think that's a huge problem. Okay? That's a huge problem. If scholars universally agree that 1st Enoch is 4th century, and Enoch's quoting Daniel, Yeah, Mermonson. Critical scholars really hate Daniel. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they try to trash Daniel whenever they can. So easily, Daniel is pre-4th century. Pre-4th century. That's the only conclusion you can come to. So, absolutely, there's no reason to think that it's 2nd century. Now, let's just say for the sake of argument, they're right. Let's say it was 2nd century. Would that really change anything if this was ex eventu prophecy? Not really. Not really. Mama asks, why do they hate the book of Daniel? Because Daniel has a lot of prophecies that seem to have come true. That's the reason. Because it seems to have come true, it does point to the idea that there is a living God who knows the future. You know, they don't seem to hate on the book of Isaiah in quite the same way. But Isaiah, for example, says, test me to see what God knows the future. Hey, Bon Bon, good to see you. So that's why they hate on Daniel. And a lot of critical scholars have tried to date that to later than all the evidence points to, just because of that. Okay, so let's move on here. Thank you, Kwame Adu, for that question. Yeah, the Septuagint was started to be translated 3rd century. 1st Enoch is 4th century, and 1st Enoch quotes Daniel. Jack Ray for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why did the red heifers all adopt white hairs? Because they didn't want to be sacrificed. Well, bunnies are great things. Hey, if you find a white bunny beside a red heifer, don't sacrifice either. just, they're friends. They're good. Yeah, good things. Jordan Orrick. Basically, too much of critical scholarship, such as Christine Hayes, who I like in some ways, ipso facto denies supernatural and starts from there. Yeah, it's the naturalist fallacy. It's the naturalism fallacy. In order to subscribe to the naturalism fallacy, you have to basically start with the naturalism assumption. So it becomes sort of a circular reasoning here. So you have to start with the presupposition that there is no supernatural to arrive at naturalism. So there's definitely that going on here when in a lot of critical scholarship. Now, I have benefited myself greatly from critical scholarship. I use critical scholarship myself. I think critical scholarship serves a really important function. Okay? But I also know, too, that critical scholarship does lean very heavily towards naturalism and scientific realism. I should say naive scientific realism. All right. Spilled water here from the keyboard. Lovely. All right, next super chat here is from Paul. I would like to sponsor the next ancient Egyptian question. Okay. Do we have an ancient Egyptian question? Yeah, we're kind of covering them, aren't we? That is actually the last super chat too. So give me some non-super chats if we got any. Non-super chat time, guys. Okay. All right, Ryan. I've answered this one before. You've actually asked this one twice on this stream, so this would normally get you disqualified, but I'm going to finally answer because you've asked it so many times. And it's like everyone else predicted. Exodus. If I could find one original manuscript from the Bible, which one would I choose? Exodus. Did you ever doubt it? Did you ever doubt it? The reason why is an original manuscript of Exodus would not just give us a good, say, view of the text critical stuff. Like, it would resolve a bunch of text variants between, say, Septuagint, Samaritan Pentateuch, Masoretic text. But it would also solve questions like, what was Hebrew like when Exodus was written? It would give us huge linguistic answers. Okay? It would probably answer more linguistic questions than anything else. Harry Stark, are there any ancient documents where we do have autographs of? Yes, there are. But they also don't tend to be copied. So, like for example, here's sort of the kind of the paradox here. The the books that are most copied, we don't tend to have autographs for. But we do have autographs for some documents easily, like treaties. We've got lots of autographs of treaties. Like for example, the treaty between the Hittite Emperor and Ramses II. We actually have copies from both ends, the autographs. So we have Ramses II's copy of that treaty. We also have the Hittites' copy of that treaty. Okay, there's lots of documents that we have autographs of. There's also, but those are also not, those are also not documents that have been heavily, say, copied either. Okay, I saw a super chat float in here. Kwame Adu 007. Thank you for the super chat for $5. I've been coming around to your clan view on Patriarch Ages. Can we reliably date the flood to the Mesopotamian First Dynastic period archaeology? No, we can't, unfortunately. Here's the thing. The problem, one thing of the clan view theory is it doesn't give us precision on how to date back to the flood. Because it doesn't tell us exactly how, when that clan successor, that new clan, each new clan, how that fits in accordance to when that person, the predecessor, spawned a new clan. So the way that those work, because of honorary, exactly. Mysterious Fungus got it in one. Darn you, honorary transposition. Exactly. That's the problem. That darn honorary transposition. And we know they used it. We know they used it in those genealogies. So because of that darn honorary transposition, you can't use those genealogies to date back to the flood. It is so inconvenient. It's such a pain in the butt. Okay? And I always have to fight some of these young earth creationists who who just go off on, oh, you can just count all the numbers. All you have to do is count the numbers to get the dates. No, it doesn't work that way. You can't just count them up. Honorary transposition is going to make a mess of that every time. Okay. So I wish we could nail that date. But we can't. And even archaeology doesn't really tell us here because of, say, if the flood is just, say, restricted to Mesopotamia, the deep archaeology of Mesopotamia, say, beyond, say, I don't know, 20,000 years ago, not very hard. It's very hard to get a handle on that. All right. I did see another. John Febeck will take yours in a moment. Apparently, this. Aaron Richard apparently put in a super chat. Let me just see if I can find it here. Okay, found it. Okay, Aaron Richard for $20. Thank you for the super chat. Is there a difference from the religious practices of Israel between the late Bronze Age and the first century? If so, would you have a book or research dealing the differences? Yes, there are differences in religious practices between the late Bronze Age and the first century. Uh, there's differences particularly in temple practice. For example, between the late Bronze Age, the end of the late Bronze Age, and up to the time of Solomon, you had a lot of different religious practice because of the tabernacle. Okay, the tabernacle, all religious practice was centered around the tabernacle. There were also a lot of high places that were running around the landscape during, say, the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age. So that was a thing too. After Solomon, the tabernacle was consolidated into the temple, and at that point, all temple practice was then supposed to be done through the temple in Jerusalem. And that continued until the Babylonian exile. Okay. Babylon comes in, they destroy the temple. You get the 70 years of exile, and then they come back. Okay. Also, in 722 BC, the northern kingdom of Israel is conquered by Assyria. Okay. And what happens there is you get also their northern kingdom during the reign of Jeroboam the First creates its own temple at Samaria. Okay, and at Samaria, they have their own temple, the Tel Dan temple, and they do their own, say, copy of religious practices in this sort of illicit temple in outside of Jerusalem. That practice comes to an end with the conquest of Assyria by Assyria. And then what you start getting after 722 is development of Samaritan religious practice in the northern kingdom. Okay. After 70 years of Babylonian exile, the Judahites return from Babylon. They reestablish the temple, and now, but they bring back with them something else. They bring back with them synagogue practice. Okay, the synagogue movement began in Babylon. The synagogue was basically a way of Israelites starting to do biblical practice without a temple. So the synagogue movement starts in Babylon, and then they bring it back to Israel. So it's at that point where you start seeing so religious practice in Israel from the late Bronze Age to the first century is not homogeneous. It's not homogeneous. In the roughly 2nd, 3rd century BC, you start seeing Greek prayers being introduced into the temple of the Lord. So yeah, it's not homogeneous. It changes over time. And in some ways, it changes quite dramatically. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, John Febeck here for 4.99. The Bible often mentions the practice of casting lots. For example, Jonah 1:7. How would you cast lots in ancient Israel? Ooh, ooh, ooh. How would you cast lots in ancient Israel? Ooh, so glad you asked. So glad you asked. Okay. All right, let me just get these out. Just a second. It's just going to take a moment. Right there. How do you cast lots in ancient Israel? Huh? Oh, where's one of them? The other two. There's the second one. I know it's in here. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Huh? Hmm? There it is. All right. This is how you cast lots in ancient Israel. The Urim and Thummim. There you go. The Urim and Thummim. And I just happen to have a set of Urim and Thummim right here. And the way these work is you roll them until you get a word of Hebrew. Okay? Uh so these were how a lot of people cast lots in ancient Israel. Now there's other ways of doing it too. But oftentimes you would basically, for each person, you'd cast your lots here, and Noric, it's not church until someone brings up the old Urim and Thummim. At least it's not church on this channel until you do. Now, they did have other kinds of dice, too. They had what was called throwing stick lots, which is basically a kind of yes or no kind of deal. So, you have those kind of lots as well. So, church dice, cards, bingo. It's called Uno. Churches have gambling. They just call it Uno. By the way, you can play Uno in Vegas now. I'm not joking. Yeah, why? I don't know why, but can you imagine? Can you imagine going up to a gambling table in Vegas and going, "I want to play Uno because it's so wholesome." Yeah, exactly. Imagine coming home to your wife and telling her you lost the house because you were playing Uno. Yeah, so yeah, so in the case of Jonah, it could have been any sort of kind of dice. But generally casting lots is a kind of dice. So that's that's what generally what it is. There's more than one type of dice. You have stick dice. You have the dodecahedron type, like the Urim and the Thummim. So, you know, and I made these sets on myself. I would love to get some of these made and offer them on the channel, but it's either really expensive to have them produced, or doing them myself is a lot of time consuming, expensive, and not the least bit toxic. So we're not going to probably get those made. Okay, so yeah, there's a couple kinds of lots, but generally the way that works, it's really dice. You could translate as throwing dice, and it means exactly the same thing. All right. I want to thank Jack Ray for another 10 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. Rob Laird for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on the suspicions that the Masoretic text was altered to be less obvious in its prophecies and fulfillment of Jesus Christ? I think that's a conspiracy theory. I think that's a conspiracy theory. Why ascribe to malfeasance that can be easily ascribed to incompetence? So I just think a lot of these are just miscopies of the text. I don't think Jewish communities went around going, gee, I'm going to change the Masoretic text so it's less fulfilling of Christian prophecies. I don't think they did that. These colonies were really isolated. They didn't care about Christianity all that much. They're basically enclaves. The Masoretic text, the one like the main one we have that we use, like the Aleppo Codex, that was done in Tiberias, okay, and that was a Jewish enclave. It was an isolated community. It was really outside of the Christian sphere of influence. So I don't place any stock in those theories. Was it his name? There was one guy who was really big on the Masoretic text who basically, or sort of the Septuagint, was basically big on saying that the Masoretic text was an altered text to attack Christianity, and I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. They just didn't care. And the fact is, we have a lot of Masoretic readings from the Dead Sea Scrolls. So if we're getting these readings in the Dead Sea Scrolls, then this is pre-Christ. So yeah, it's Nathan H8. That's the guy. Yeah, he promotes this as a conspiracy theory, and I think he's full of it. I think he's full of it. So yeah, I'm not buying it. Christian Maoist, that's the kind of nonsense I'd expect from someone like Jay Dyer. Yeah, there's another guy that's ugh. Okay. Let's move on here. JCM for $2. Genesis 45:41. What does Joseph's Egyptian name mean? Thank you very much for that super chat. Genesis 41. Verse 45. Okay. Zephaniah. Now, the Pharaoh named Joseph Zephanath Pa'anah, and he gave him Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, as his wife, and Joseph went forth over the land of Egypt. Okay. It's Zephanath is probably Jedineph. Okay, it's probably Jedineph. It's probably Jedineph Pa'ank. Okay. Jedineph is basically, he is said to be the living one. That's probably as close as I'm going to get here without probably looking into this further, but Jedineph Pa'ank, he is said to be the living one. So, Pa'ah is, Panak is probably Pa'ank, the living one. Jedineph he is said. So that's probably the best breakdown I can make for you here. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And then the final one here is visual done for £4.99. Thank you for the super chat. The Uma Thurman? The Uma Thurman, huh? Well, that would get dicey if you happen to have her come to your church service. Playing with the Uma Thurman at church might be okay. Playing with the Uma Thurman at church, not so much. Just saying. Oh, the puns. Oh, the puns. Jack Ray. Yeah, you're the guy who's most guilty of puns. Oy vey. Badoom-sha. Badoom-sha. Okay, we're again at the end of the super chats here. So let's move on here to some non-super chats. I saw some that could be taken though. We'll just start here with Bonbons here. Bonbons, your lucky night. If God is sustaining the earth, but is wholly contained within his temple, he's not wholly contained within his temple. So he can't sustain the creation while bound within a temple. Does that result in two gods because of sacred space theology? No, it doesn't. That's because of what we call essence energy distinction. Okay. In the essence energy distinction, the essence of God is transcendent, but he has influence over that which is outside of his temple through his energy. Okay? So, the energy is not part of his essence. Think of it as kind of like the sun. I'm not saying God's a solar deity, but think of the sun. You have the mass of the sun, okay? But it radiates this massive amount of energy that affects the whole solar system. Okay? So, the essence of the sun is 1 astronomical unit away from Earth. And thank God it's out that far. Because if we were closer, it would burn us up. Okay? But we survive from the sun's energy that affects Earth. So think of it kind of in that way, where the essence of God is in sacred space, but his energy is what influences the world and sustains the universe. Tairo Shakuhachi says, is energy essence distinction that you are making the same as the Eastern Orthodox understanding, or is this thought also in Protestant theological circles? Here's the thing. It is an Eastern Orthodox understanding, but it's also a correct understanding. Protestant theological circles doesn't really engage that whole, like every sort of denomination has its particular strengths and weaknesses. Protestant theological circles tend to be more focused on, say, soteriology than in the sacred profane separation. So this is a theology that's better developed in Eastern Orthodox circles than it is in Protestant understandings. Nevertheless, for example, the ideas of, say, sola scriptura and soteriology are better developed in Protestant understandings. Okay, so it's one of those things where you take the best of each particular denominational understanding, and you come out with something really good. Jordan Oric, I've heard the energy essence mostly from Eastern Orthodox, but also from evangelicals and charismatics. Yeah, you do see it. It is now being more accepted, say in Western church settings now. But um, but again, it's just one of those things that you are um you are more likely to encounter it in Eastern Orthodoxy. But they do get some things right. They do get something right. Now they get some things wrong, horribly wrong. But they do get some things right. Um so but then again too, Protestants get some things right and horribly wrong. And Catholics get some things right and horribly wrong. For all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. All right, Mama, good night. We see you. Glad you could join us tonight. So set the family to bed. Grace and peace to you too. All right, let's take another question here. All right, I saw one out here. Merv Monson. Were fly and lice invasions common in ancient Egypt? Oh, yes. Still. um, Lice was so bad in Egypt that they start off with lice combs and then they end up shaving all their hair off. Lice was so bad in Egypt. So bad in Egypt. And flies, you go there today and flies are everywhere. Flies are everywhere. They've always been everywhere in Egypt. So yeah, there's just crazy. It's crazy how much flies and lice were in Egypt. Now lice less so today. Yeah, they're still there. Yeah, that's true, Bonbon. They're still there. Yeah, they never kind of went away, did they? Um, yeah, yeah, but lice has been a perennial problem in Egypt since the at least the Nagata period, the pre-dynastic period, because we find even in pre-dynastic tombs lice combs. It goes that far back. Oh, why is there so many flies? Um, Animal dung. Yeah. The Egypt uses a lot of work animals. Uh, Cows, horses, donkeys. So because they use a lot of work animals, they tends to breed flies. So dynasties rise and dynasty fall, but the flies are still there. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Very, very true. Okay, let's take another question here. AJ Higgins asks, difference between Eastern Orthodox energy ideas and New Thought. Um, New Thought can manipulate energy, so it's not the same at all. Um, in New Thought, you become kind of godlike in that idea that um, what you say, what you do changes the world through your energies. Okay? In the case of Eastern Orthodox energy essence distinction, that energy is under the sovereign control of God himself. You don't get to decide how it gets used. Okay? So it's two completely different ideas. Uh Tyro asks, is energy essence a contradiction of divine simplicity? No, it's not. It's not a contradiction of divine simplicity at all. It will contradict omnipresence, but omnipresence should be thrown out anyway. Uh, but it's not a contradiction of divine simplicity, because the essence would be the part that is essentially part of divine simplicity itself. So it wouldn't contradict divine simplicity, but it's also just does not. It would only the divine simplicity aspect would only apply to the essence, not the energies. Jordan Oric, does this apply to energy essence? God has bound himself to the sacraments, but he's not bound by the sacraments. I'm not really sure, honestly, how they would view the whole energy essence thing with the sacraments. Um, I've asked some Eastern Orthodox about this. I haven't gotten a good answer yet for it, so I don't know how this would work for them. I've tried asking this. In fact, I just asked this a couple weeks ago, but yeah, I haven't got a good answer to that yet. So Bonbon asks, since God is non-physical and his essence is in the temple and immaterial stuff lacks spatial properties, that second premise may not be true. Doesn't mean God becomes spatial when he is in the temple, and if so, gives proof uh, for Jesus to the Jews. Here's the thing. We are not exactly sure how essences and non-spiritual entities or non-physical entities relate to spiritual spatial properties. We do know that spiritual domains have spatial properties. Um, we see this, for example, in the description of the temple in heaven. We do know there's separate spiritual compartments like Sheol and the Lake of Fire or the Abyss. Okay, and that one can be consigned to any one of those places. Well, if you have non-spatial properties, how can you be consigned to a place? You could only be consigned to a place if you have a spatial property of some kind. So, being non-physical does not necessarily mean non-spatial. So, it's yeah, so it doesn't necessarily follow that just because you don't have physicality that you don't have space or place. So, like for example, the Shekinah glory of God was behind the veil of the temple in Jerusalem. That is physical space. The temple, the behind the veil, is a physical space. Between the wings of the cherubim, physical space. But it's also the place where the Shekinah glory resided. Jack Ray sounds a lot like quantum mechanics. Yeah, um, there are some. There is some overlap here. There is some overlap here. Um, Looking at quantum mechanics has seemed to have opened up some new tools for analyzing spiritual things. Jordan Oric, Doc, Gavin Ortland speaks of Protestantism as valid. Continual renewal movement within Western Church. I think I'm representing that correctly. Would that resonate with you? Sure. Sure. I have no problem saying that Protestantism is valid. I have no problem saying Eastern Orthodoxy is valid. I have no problem saying that community churches are valid. I have no problem in saying that Roman Catholicism is valid. Would I ever become a Roman Catholic myself? Heck no. But I have no problem saying their church is valid. Okay. Now, do I agree with Ortland? I mean, I'm personally friends with Ortland. Okay, so I met him at ETS last year. Got along with him very, very well. Um, I do think he's right that it still continues to be a renewal movement within the Western Church. Absolutely, I have no issues with that. As long as I think that they sort of stay true to the mission. Now, here's the one thing about being Protestant is one has to continuously reform. If you're not continuously reformed, your Protestantism loses its Protestantism. So, Visual Dawn, what is Dr. Falk's denomination? Everyone wants to know that. Not telling. I'm a Christian. Okay. Egyptologist. Is Egyptology a denomination now? Big Destiny, what does that even mean, continual reforming? Oh, interesting. And actually the reformers talked about this idea of that we want to get closer and closer and closer to the essence of Christianity. Basically a reformed church that builds mature believers in Christ. Okay? So yeah, absolutely they did talk about this. They talked about things like spiritual disciplines. They also talked about bringing Catholicism back to where it should be. So, yeah, there was a major reform around Luther's time, regarding, say, Catholicism did respond to the Protestant Reformation by becoming more reformed. It just didn't go far enough. Bonbon says communists secularized this concept. See permanent resolution. Trotsky. Yeah, they did. Nothing is so good and pure that it can't be perverted. Yeah. Dossman. Free will. Eastern Orthodoxy. Free will. Eastern Orthodoxy. I haven't heard that one before. Good times. Good times. AJ Higgins, composer, asks, are hermits sinning by being hermits? No, but they're also not getting the benefit of community either. Okay, they're just not getting the whole. The fact is that Christianity has to be expressed in community. There's no such thing as an isolated lone Christian. Okay, they're not sinning by being a hermit, but they're also not helping others, and they're not helping themselves by being hermits. So, um, so anyway, I think that's just one of those things where, um, yeah, there are people who are hermits and they live their life, and that's that. But the Christian life is meant to be expressed in community, even for people who are deeply, deeply introverted. Not that I would know anyone like that. So, yeah, I'd say they're not sinning by being hermits, but they're not living the Christian life either. All right, what we got here? Um, Thank you for Visual Dawn, who just became a YouTube member. Thank you very much for that. We really, really appreciate it. Visual Dawn for £4.99. Omnipresence should be thrown out. Can you elaborate on this, please? Yes, absolutely. And I'm not the only one who's ever said this. Uh, this has been consistent through the history of the Christian church. From the very beginning, omnipresence has always been the one omni that Christian theologians have never subscribed to. And that's because it's got some really, really bad implications. Yeah, Bonbon says, I do have a very good video I've got on called Why Not Omnipresence. So if you want to get this stuff in detail, go see that video. But here's the thing. Here's what happens is, if you've got omnipresence, God is everywhere. God is absolutely everywhere. That's what we mean by omnipresence. We don't mean contingently omnipresent, okay? Which is kind of a basically transcendence, but with more steps, okay? We mean full immanence, okay? That God is absolutely everywhere. He's sitting beside you. He's in your toilet. He's up your nose. Okay? Okay, so you can start seeing how this is going to start playing out here. If he's everywhere, he's in the brothels. He's in the midst of carnal knowledge. Okay? It becomes, and here's what happens is, God's present at every sin, does nothing. And what ends up happening is a God that's omnipresent quickly collapses into one of two positions. It collapses into pantheism or monism. William Lane Craig, in one of the few actual articles he did an excellent article called Here Comes the Monists. This is all about what happens when, say, theologians start using omnipresence as one of the omnis. Now, everyone accepts that God is all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good, because those don't have ramifications that would basically make God less monotheistic. On the other hand, the omnipresence, all present, does make God less monotheistic. So it's a really, really big problem, and very, very few theologians of in Christian history, at least Orthodox ones, would ever subscribe to it. I think, for example, like Martin Luther subscribed to it, but he never explained it, and I think that's kind of a problem too. I think Martin Luther is the only major figure in, say, Christian history. There's a lot of minor theologians that held to it, but I can think of only two theologians that ever held to omnipresence. Martin Luther was one. John MacArthur is the other. So and neither of them could justify it. So, um, yeah, you're just gonna if you subscribe to omnipresence, you're going to end up with God in blasphemous situations. You're going to end up with a complete dissolution of the sacred profane dichotomy. Basically, then the separation of God from man no longer has any significance in, say, Christian theology. So it undermines the whole gospel. It's a terrible doctrine. It's a terrible doctrine. So, so absolutely, yeah, I'm aware of John MacArthur's recent passing. Um, and we do pray for his family and uh, his church. But some of the stuff he did believe in was not great. John Smith Cole or John Smith Co. 1876. Do Lutherans today believe in omnipresence? Generally not. Generally not. You get some who do. Like you get in every church, you get some who do. But overall, the Lutheran churches themselves do not subscribe to omnipresence. Visual Dawn said, very interesting. I guess I'd never thought about it. Just sort of took it for granted as one of the omni properties. Thanks for the explanation. Hey, you're most welcome. We don't get this one on the channel very often, but we know a lot of people believe it. So, so it is worthwhile to go over the reasons every so often why Christianity has universally rejected it. Mysterious Fungus asks, do you think people claiming God is omnipresence is more of a confusion of God or a confusion of terms, like they mean something like transcendence but use the wrong word? No, I think it is a confusion of God himself. Here's how I often hear it. How can God know about my weaknesses and my problems if he's not right there? Okay? Now, a classical theist would say, well, he knows about your problems because he's all-knowing. Okay? And he can affect your situation because he's all-powerful. He doesn't have to be right there beside you to know. He just knows. But for some reason, we conflate the idea that God knows with his presence being right there. Like, for example, my producer knows that I'm sitting in a chair right now because she's right there. So in a way, it's kind of humanizing God. It's anthropomorphizing God by saying, "Oh, he can't know my struggles because if he's in his heaven somewhere, he has to be right here." So, so I think it's not so much a confusion of terms, although many will say that will confuse terms like transcendence and immanence. Like, for example, those who subscribe to what we call, say, conditional immanence is really just, as I said, it's transcendence with some extra steps, really. And I've heard people, once you say confront them with all the problems of omnipresence, well, they go, "Oh, I didn't mean that. I mean, God could be there if he wants." Then he's not omnipresent, is he? Then he's transcendent. So you get a lot of people who subscribe to what's called conditional immanence or conditional omnipresence because they don't like the implications of God not being right beside you. But if he's not always there, then he's really transcendent. So Jordan Orick. So, Doc, do you read the Old Testament Hebrew Bible texts of God's lack of limited knowledge as more literal as opposed to anthropomorphic? I haven't seen any of those texts that couldn't be explained in as a lack of knowledge per se, but you'd have to show me one of those texts. John Orick, is omnipresent a child of Greek Western thought, part of inheritance? No, it's actually a component of Eastern thought. This comes out of, say, a lot of this comes out of Hinduist thought and Eastern religions. It's much more omnipresence is much more a product of Eastern thought than it is of Western thought. You do find some traces of it, but Greek thought does not typically subscribe to that. Greek thought tends to be more of say Platonic in its idea of divinity. So it tends to be a hierarchical establishment of various divinities. It doesn't tend to be pantheistic. Now, there have been non-Eastern religions, or as a non-Hindu, Buddhist religions that are pantheistic, but you do, like, for example, Autonism. Autonism was pantheistic. But it's also, because it was pantheistic, here's one of the weird things about monotheism and pantheism. They're actually they're joined at the hip in one weird way. And this is really cool when you hear about this. Monotheism and pantheism, the only thing that separates them is their view on the transcendence and immanence of God. Okay? Like, if you have monotheism and you introduced omnipresence or immanence, that's the same thing. Immanence, that monotheism collapses into pantheism. But the reverse is also true. If you start with a pantheism and you make God transcendent, that pantheism collapses into monotheism. It's really interesting. And there have been belief systems that have done this, where it starts off as one, they change their view of the immanence or transcendence of God, and all of a sudden it flips. Really interesting. So it's fascinating that the two sort of views, pantheism and monotheism, are sort of joined by this sort of commonality. So very, very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so see anything else here? Bonbon asks, how did Eastern thought influence early Christianity and the Church Fathers? It didn't much. We do know they had contact with Eastern thought, but it doesn't seem to have infiltrated the West. At least not into Christianity or the Church Fathers. We do have some evidence that Buddhism made it to the Levant in the 1st century. We do have some evidence of that. Um, there was a statue of Buddha, 1st century AD statue of Buddha that was found at a seaport. Um, um, uh, I think it was in Arabia, but yeah, no, there was some movement between trade groups here, but it doesn't seem to be any connection to the church fathers or early Christianity. The early Christian influences were really Western. They were Greek and they were Roman. If you read the church fathers, it's actually pretty interesting because the number one sources that they quote after the Bible, and even more than the Apocrypha, is Greek philosophy. They're quoting, the church fathers are quoting Plato and Aristotle like it's nobody's business. Plato more than anything. I mean, I can't count the times how often an early church father has quoted the Republic. Was founded Bernanke? Look, yeah, probably. Um, so, uh, oh yeah, well, this is one of the reasons why I think this is why when I hear these arguments that that we should accept the Apocrypha because they were quoted by the church fathers. Um, no, 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 that's a bad argument. Because church fathers quote a lot of heretical stuff. Um, but the church fathers frequently, I mean, more frequently quote Plato, his the Republic and the Gorgias, much, much more than the Apocrypha. So it's like, yeah, just because it's quoted doesn't mean it's endorsed. Harry Stark, one would think Aristotle or Plato were Christians. Yeah. Dossman, quoting was not always in a good light. Although, I will say this too, the church fathers had a generally positive view towards Greek philosophers. They liked Plato. Okay? They were they liked Plato. So yeah. Um so if you're going to go that route again, if you go down that route, just make sure you know what you're agreeing to here. Because again, just because they quote it does not mean they endorse it or think it's scripture. Dossman, so they quoted Gnostic texts. It just depends. Yeah, they did. Yeah, Clement of Alexandria quotes a lot of Gnostic texts. So Visual Dawn says, "Hey doctor, I recently came across a Jesus and Paul mythicist who dates the New Testament to the 2nd century. He says it's based upon stylometry and anachronisms. That sounds so ridiculous, to say the least. It is ridiculous, yeah. Um, the earliest fragment of the New Testament that we have is the Ryland's Papyrus P52. And it dates to 125 AD. Okay? That is 2nd century, barely. But the New Testament is quoted earlier than that in the Church Fathers. It's quoted by Clement, Saint Clement, and that's 1st century. So Yeah, stylometry is boogaboo witchcraft science. Okay, it's boogaboo, boogaboo witchcraft style science. Yeah, that's the new technical term for this stuff. Boogaboo voodoo science. Yeah. Harry Stark asks, "Do we know which specific religious group that Philo of Alexandria or Crispus from the New Testament belonged to?" Um, no, we don't. Um, Philo of Alexandria, there was a large Jewish community at Alexandria. It was not specific to any particular faction. That's one of the things we know about the Judaism in Alexandria. It was not factional in the way it was in Jerusalem. Jerusalem, Jewish religion was very, Israelite religion was very factional. You had several parties because of the exclusivity of, say, the Temple faction. I mean, in Jerusalem, you had Essenes, you had um, Sadducees, you had Pharisees, you had Herodians, you had all sorts of groups. You had Zealots. In Alexandria, it was a much calmer affair. So in Alexandria, it was more homogenous than you would say find in Jerusalem by a long shot. Okay, as far as Crispus, I'm not really sure. So yeah, we assume that that Philo just was part of, say, first century BC Alexandria Judaism, and we sort of leave it at that. We do know he was aware of other factions, but those factions seem to be outside of say Alexandria Judaism. For example, he was aware of Gnostic Jewish groups such as the Ophites, the Cainites, and the Sethites. So, and those do predate Christianity. Hey, we got a Matthew Harrell here for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Why, oh, why am I still awake? Aliens? Could be. You get a Mr. EC for that. Mike, I think it's Mikhail S. says Kitchen originally argued that Seth Herkovchev was a different individual from Ammon Herkovchev, but he later revised his view. LeBlanc also considers them two individuals. What is your view? I think they're the same person. Um, we do have all the names of all 120 children of Ramses II. They are listed both at the Luxor Temple and at the Ramesseum. Okay. We do not have a separate individual called Seth Yerkovchev that is listed among the other children of Ramses II. So, now we also know that Seth Yerkovchev was around the same age as Ammon Herkovchev. Both the same age. So they would have to be in that first few members of the royal family. Okay? So it's not like you go down 10 boys and you don't find, if you don't find Seth Yerkovchev, then it's not like you can keep going down the line. Okay? So that's an issue. That's an issue. So what I think happened here is, as Crown Prince, Amir Kopchev was trying out new names. Because here's the thing. When you come to the throne in Egypt, you have to pick 5 names, okay, to represent your reign. And these names isn't just a title. It's not just a title. It's a religious agenda. Okay? Naming yourself as king was more than just a name. It's a religious agenda. So if you decide to say, if he picked Amenhotep Kovchev, okay, he's going to probably pick an ominous name. So he's trying out an ominous name. See if the god favors him, seeing if this is the god he wants to support. Then he changed to a different name. Seth Kovchev is this god of raw power and might that his grandfather worshipped. Is he going to favor him better? So I think here what we're seeing here with those two names is he's sort of seeing which one works best for him, which one most favors him. So I think they're the same person. I really do. And again, they're the same age, practically, as we can tell in the inscription. So, and held the same jobs too. Keep that in mind. And I think that's why Kitchen flipped back. He tried to figure out the associated biography here and found out, yeah, this is the same dude. And frankly, I don't think LeBlanc is all that good at his job anyway. But hey, I'll keep that personal crack to myself. Okay, Harry Stark asks, did Pharisaic or Sadduceic Jews exist in the Roman court of Emperor Nero? It's hard to say. There might have been some Pharisees there. There wouldn't be Sadducees. Sadducees are part of the temple cult. You wouldn't have had Sadducees being in the Roman court of the Emperor Nero. It would have been, you would have been, you would have been unclean. Being in the court of the Roman Emperor would have made you ritually unclean. No Sadducee would have gone for that. Jordan or Doc. Various scholars point out that Yahweh often resembled a scriptural description of the gods of Israel's neighbors. Well, you know what? Gods are described in very similar ways. They're not equal and they're not the same, but that's sort of parallelomania. Yeah. If that's accurate, is that just the Lord meeting people in their culture? Well, we would expect. I mean, there are some ways that that Yahweh is described very similar to other ancient Near Eastern deities. But there's also ways that he's not described. This is the problem with parallelomania or cosmetic similarities. If you take cosmetic similarities and say, well, because you have these things are similar, it's the same, you've basically cherry-picked the data and you have succumbed to parallelomania. Not good. Not good. Don't do it. This is the problem that mysticists fall into all the time. It's the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. You know, you shoot the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. You get liquored up. You shoot at the wall. You miss the target, and then you draw the circle around the target you want. Okay, where the most bullets hit. Okay. Okay. There was a couple of other questions here I want to take. What? Nero's wife. Harry Stark says the wife of Emperor Nero, Poppaea, adhered to religious Judaism. Do we know which specific Judaism she adhered to? I don't happen to know that. I'm not a classicist, so I wouldn't know that information. That's sort of beyond my wheelhouse, so I'm not sure. It's an interesting question, yeah, but I don't know. Matthew Harrell, Gnostic Jews? Oh yeah, absolutely, there were Gnostic Jews. Absolutely. Here's the thing: Gnosticism can adapt to any religion. Um, it can. Gnosticism has adapted to Judaism, Christianity, Islam. Yeah, believe it or not, Islam. Um, Zoroastrianism. Um, Mithras religion. It is the chameleon of religion. Gnosticism can change its beliefs to fit any religion. And if you want more details on how this is done, uh, I have a 3-part series on Gnosticism. Check that out. But absolutely, it is one of the most adaptable and resilient religions ever developed by man. Bauman says same with Neoplatonism. Well, Neoplatonism, Gnosticism is just Neoplatonism turned into a religion, and all of that comes out right out of Egyptian mystery cults, particularly the cult of Thoth. SDRC 92126. Gnosticism is satanic, absolutely. Yeah. It basically it basically guts it. Guts any religion it gets its sort of grubby protuberances on by mythologizing the narrative. So here's the thing. When Gnosticism gets its hands on a religious idea, it mythologizes it. It turns it into a myth. A myth that brings imports into it its own understanding. Okay? And that own understanding includes that the physical is evil, spiritual is good. Anybody um salvation is through secret knowledge. So, that's the what Gnosticism wants to inject into any belief system, and it does it again through that mythologizing of sacred texts. This is one of the reasons why, when we look at, say, the Library of Nag Hammadi, there are no documents in the Nag Hammadi library that tell us what the Gnostics believed, because that's not the point of Gnosticism. Gnosticism takes existing texts, remythologizes them, and then injects its secret beliefs into that remythologization. And that's done orally. So that's how Gnosticism works. So it's its own religion. It always has been its own religion, but it's also an infiltrating religion too. Tossman, hey, I got some secret knowledge, says a man in a trench coat. Yeah, more or less. And you'd be just as smart to take it from him, huh? Yeah. All right. I'm gonna scroll back up because there was a few questions earlier on I wanted to take. Solus 1319. Are Mandians the remnant of John the Baptist followers? No, they're not. Uh, the Mandians were a sect of Zoroastrian Gnostics. Okay, and Kolpe and Schenk did probably the best work on this. Colpan Shank did a book in 1969, which um, examined the history of the Mandians and their texts, and to determine that all the Mandian stuff dates to the 4th century AD. Okay, so yeah, they're not the remnants of John the Baptist followers, even though they claim to be. Now, there were remnants of John the Baptist followers. Those are called the Ebionites. And they were a sect that survived into the 2nd or 3rd century AD, after which they became incorporated back into Christianity proper. What's the name of that book again? That sounds really interesting. I can look that up. Just give me a moment here. I just remember the name of it. The author. The authors are Colpan Shank. Just it'll take me a moment here. I have them in the bibliography, I believe, of my book on Gnosticism. So just give me a second here to look that up, and I'll get that right for you. So go into my writing here. Prince. Where do I see this? Where did I put it? There it is. Back to my bibliography here. Oop. Colpan Shank. There it is. Shank. Okay, I think this is it. I'm going to put this in the live stream here. Hope you read German. And Shank. Here's the one for Shank. Okay, there you go. Enjoy. Yeah, I don't think those books are translated. Just saying. You might have even trouble finding those books, honestly. Dust thread. Yeah. Yeah, there's dad, ain't there? Um, Karnak asked the question early on. The other day I was browsing the internet and found a stela called the Moses stela, who I think was a soldier under Ramses II. Who exactly was he? I've seen people try to link him with Moses. Uh, the problem here is Mess is a common name. It's a really common name. In fact, it's even in the name Ramses. Ramesu. Okay. Uh, so, yeah, there's actually a lot of people named Mess in ancient Egypt. So, um, they're very common. Um, that particular stela was not Moses of the Bible. It just happens to have a similar name. Okay, and then I still have one here. Mysterious Fungus asks, "Do we have any or know or have any idea what the scroll was found during the time of Josiah?" 2 Kings 22, verses 8 to 16. Okay, let's take that one. 2 Kings 22, 8 to 16. And the text says, "Then Hilkiah the high priest said to Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord." And Hilkiah gave the book to Shaphan, who read it. And Shaphan the scribe came to the king and brought back word to the king, saying, "Your servant have emptied out the money that was found in the house, and have delivered it into the hand of the workmen who have oversight to the house of the Lord." Moreover, Shaphan the scribe told the king, saying, "Hilkiah the priest has given me the book." And Shaphan read it in the presence of the king. And it came about that when the king heard the words of the book of the law, he tore his clothes. Then the king commanded Hilkiah the priest, Ahikam, son of Shaphan, Achbor, son of Micaiah, Shaphan the scribe, and Azariah, the king's servant, saying, "Go inquire of the Lord for me and the people of all Judah concerning the words of this book that has been found. For great is the wrath of the Lord that burns against us, because our fathers have not listened to the words of this book, to do according to all that is written concerning us." So Hilkiah the priest, Achikam, Achbor, Shaphan, and Azariah went up to Huldah the prophetess, the wife of Shallum, the son of Tikvah, son of Harkas, keeper of the wardrobe. And they spoke to her, and she said to them, "Thus says the Lord God of Israel, tell the man who sent you to me, thus says the Lord, behold, I bring evil on this place and on its inhabitants, even all the words of the book which the king of Judah has read." Okay. And it goes on here. Now, it's somewhat speculated as to what this is, but it is one of the books that has, of the Torah, of the 5 books of the Pentateuch, that has essentially the law in it. And particularly the laws concerning worshiping other gods. Okay. So that sort of limits what we're talking about here as far as which book. Okay. So probably not Genesis. Genesis doesn't contain any law in it. It's probably not Numbers. Doesn't contain any law in it. Probably not even Exodus. That leaves 2 books left, either Leviticus or Deuteronomy. And most scholars will say it's Deuteronomy, because Deuteronomy is specifically identified as a book of law, whereas, say, Leviticus is more oriented towards, say, this is a book oriented to priests. So most scholars at this point will say it is Deuteronomy. Okay? And I don't have any reason to disagree with that. So that's probably what was found here and probably read to the people was the book of Deuteronomy. And we also are told here that there are curses involved here as well. So that's probably Deuteronomy. So, Mysterious Fungus, I hope that helps. There was a couple more I saw here. I can find it. Here's the one. Dossman. Okay. The Velociland Rabbit channel link has no content. Is that normal? No. Here's the thing. Because our music publisher has retracted all our content because we didn't give them all the metadata they wanted in the time they wanted, they're no longer publishing our stuff. So that link is no longer any good. Yeah, it's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. So, yeah. Yeah, they just wanted more metadata so they could spread it more to more service channels. But hey, you know, we gave them exactly what they asked at the time of publication. But this is the problem where you don't own your music anymore. This is why people are going back to CDs. This is why that's why we're going to start selling the stuff on CDs. Because yeah, Jack Ray, that's probably what we're going to end up doing here. Maybe get a Velocirabbit YouTube channel with audio only videos. Yeah, probably do that. But that's the problem with where you don't, like on Spotify or iTunes or Amazon, you know, they can retract your media at any time. You buy a Kindle book, if they retract it, it's gone from your Kindle player, your Kindle viewer. So that's a problem. And now we've encountered that problem with the Velocirabbit stuff. So good. Harry Stark or SDRC says, I only buy paperbacks. Awesome. Awesome. Hey, be sure to buy this one, Reliquary of the Dead, and leave a review, please. We do very much depend upon your reviews of that book. So yeah, it helps us get over that marketing wall at Amazon. So we really appreciate those who've bought the book and who've left reviews. But please do leave reviews. Please reviews. All right. But yeah, that whole digital rights management thing is terrible. It's absolutely awful. Yeah, it is just a way of ripping people off. Yeah. So, yeah, we haven't decided what we're exactly going to do with Velocirabbit's music yet. But it is we are going to have to find another. We're not going to go through another music publisher because that's just it's the same stuff over again. So, yeah. Even the ones that start off good end up going bad. So, yeah. I mean, the music publisher we started off with was pretty good, but it ended up just, you know, just going off the deep end. This is also a good reason not to use the cloud, too. Because these cloud providers are also controlling your data. Harry Stark, why did you not just self-publish? Because we couldn't get it on the places like Spotify, iTunes, all that stuff if we self-published. Here's the problems with audio stuff coming from Canada. You can't monetize it. Can't monetize it. Really difficult to monetize things in Canada. You can vaguely monetize it in maybe in YouTube, but like for example, most of say the audio like podcast providers and all that stuff like Spotify, you can't monetize it if you're a private individual. Oh yeah, the well, there's been a new basically a new wrench thrown into the whole audiobook thing too. Um Audible's new contract. Audible's new contract is horrific. It's really bad for audiobooks. Oh, basically this. They say you get 50% of revenues, but you read the fine print. It's of the 50% of the subscription, but if the person who subscribes reads more than one audio book in a month, that 50% is divided between all the authors. But some of those authors get more bigger chunk of that share. So let's say Brandon Sanderson might get 3 shares and you get 1. So if your reader of your audio book reads you and Brandon Sanderson, you get 50% of 1/4 of that subscription fee. So if they're yeah, it's just yeah, it's a place where authors are getting screwed again, and it's so bad. It's so bad. So you might end up getting 1/50th of $25, maybe. Yeah. It's just the new audio contracts that are coming out are just so awful. Uh, we're even having to look at they like to changing the terms of who we had signed up with, but we haven't uploaded files yet. So we're even thinking twice about like for example, they're going to change the contract with Spotify. Spotify's changing its contract too. So yeah, Dossman, I swear they just want artists to roll over and just die. But they want to treat them like slave labor. This is a slave labor economy. Um, these corporations already know that artists cannot live off of what they give, what crumbs they throw. They know this already, so they don't care anymore. Back when you could still make a living off of this stuff, um, people could walk. Well, they can't walk anymore because there's nowhere to go. Because all these publishers are colluding to produce the same thing, to do the same thing. This is why I get $2 $2 whole every time I sell one of these. And by the way, if you do buy one, I'll assure you I won't spend that $2 in all in one place. Harry Stark, why don't artists make their own publishers? Because they don't have access. It's the same thing we talked about earlier about censorship. There's a guild. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and this is leading to, say, a decline in literature. It's leading to a decline in quality of literature. This is why adult literature has taken over the publishing industry. It's really taken over the publishing industry. Low quality adult literature has taken over the industry. And that's because people who write good literature can't make it anymore. But, here's the thing. As soon as artists do make their own publishers, they go native. There was actually one that did recent. There was a attempt for artists, writers to create their own publisher, and it just went. It went belly up. It went bankrupt. Went bankrupt. Um, and left authors unpaid. They didn't pay their bills. Yeah, so it's pretty awful. It's the publishing industry right now is just really awful. If it wasn't for the fact that we want these stories to get out, that we want people to read quality fiction, that we believe that quality fiction and quality Christian art is essential for a well functioning society, we wouldn't spend our time writing fiction. But we believe in the ends here. We believe this is something that's good for society, good for Christianity, good for culture. And frankly, you can learn a lot about archaeology by reading my books without having to read a dry textbook. So we want to shift the culture through literature. And we encourage everyone on our channel to pursue an art of some kind. Get involved in the culture. The fact is that a lot of the culture is the way it is because we've pulled out of culture. We can't afford to keep pulling out of culture. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of ways you can participate in culture. So we really believe that people should get involved. People should get involved, and it doesn't matter what it is. You know, do you do sculpture? Do you do painting? Do you do illustration? Do you do music? Do you do drama? Doesn't matter. Get involved with the culture. The only people that have a seat at the table in culture are those that are producing culture. Harry Stark asks, uh, did you say that your visual novel game was released or will be released later? It's going to be released later. But again, if you do video games, get involved with the culture. Get in there. Get your hands dirty and get into the culture and start engaging it. Because here's the thing. Theology will convince the mind but never the heart. Fiction, story, visual art, it goes right down to the heart. There's a story. There is a saying. There's um, there's a saying. Whoever tells the best story wins. It's not untrue. It's unfair because it's very unfair because some of the biggest hucksters in history could tell the best stories. Ron Wyatt. Why does his stuff have so much gravitas? How does he resonate with people? He tells a good story. His archaeology is the worst archaeology I've ever seen. But boy, that guy could tell a story. The tears are rolling down his eyes. Oh, he looks so sincere. Look at him. He's up there. He's crying and he's so sincere. How could he be lying? Because he's so sincere. Can't you see the tears? He was a consummate storyteller. That's the problem. Christians have stopped telling stories. We have stopped, Jesus Christ told stories. That's what the parables are. It's a way of bringing biblical principles through storytelling. So it's really, really important we get involved in the whole artistic endeavor. We have to have good theology, but also good creativity. It's not one or the other, it's both. We need both. Because if we don't have good creativity, we're not going to convince anybody. And that's what we need to do. Is we need to get the hearts and minds of people. Not one or the other, not just hearts, but minds too. Okay? So it's got to be both. Good theology, good history, good science, all of that good factual stuff that goes into feeding minds. But we got to take that and translate it in a way that also feeds hearts. That feeds the soul. Okay? We need to feed souls. And the way we do that is through story. True stories. Stories that have fundamental elements of truth in them. I got into this little debate with Edward Fudge. Okay? The famous Edward Fudge, who was the guy who was the annihilationist. Okay? And he starts talking about how he starts doing one of these yarns where, it's, one of those joke stories that's meant to just get you to like the guy. But really was pretty vacuous. Okay. And it wasn't true. It never really happened to him. But he basically communicated it like it was happening to him personally. And one of my mentors, John Monson, was sitting around the table with Fudge, me. My wife was there too. And Monson asks me, he says to me, what do you think, David? What do you think about this? Do you think storytelling is important? And I said, absolutely. Storytelling is really important. But they have to be true stories. And yeah, Fudge was not happy with that answer. He got the implication there that, I thought he was a liar, which he was. Okay? He was an inveterate liar. I knew the guy long enough that I could say that. Okay? But that's the thing. Stories have to communicate truth. They have to communicate truth. Even if they're completely fictional, they have to convey universal truths. Okay? If you're not conveying universal truths, you're feeding the heart but not the mind. And you're feeding the heart junk food. Good fiction can be completely a fantasy world, but if you have a universal truth at the heart of it, you're still doing something that's part of the divine pursuit of truth. You know, my two books, Reliquary of the Dead, there's a universal truth in there that personal redemption requires persistence. All the Stars as Angels has a universal truth in it, that children become like their parents. Those are universal truths that inform us about our world. And that's what good fiction that is Christian does. It informs us of our world, the real world, the world through the lens of the Bible and the lens of Christ. So, my heart requires camel meat, not junk food. Yeah, yeah. But this is why we need more people in the arts, more people communicating truths, these universal truths. Again, you could use things like allegory, you can use things like mythology, you could use things story, and all these great things, fabulous paintings and sculptures. There's so many ways of doing this. It's an unlimited number of ways to do this. Oh yeah, Catholicism does this very well. Um, Eastern Orthodoxy does this very well. We do need. Oh yeah, Eastern Orthodoxy. Go to an Orthodox cathedral and you do see amazing art. Yeah, you are in awe. You have to be soulless not to go there to and not be in awe. Yeah, atheists get in awe when they go to an Orthodox cathedral. So, so Haven and Friends says a story that has no ties to reality is incomprehensible. You get stories that have no ties to reality, but you also have stories that are amoral. Okay? Now, moral fiction is an interesting term because it's not necessarily moral in the terms of Judeo-Christianity, but it basically says moral fiction is when you have a theme, a universal truth, and your story follows that universal truth. Now, that universal truth can be something like lying cheaters never prosper. Or, conversely, it can also be cheaters always win. That is also a universal truth that you could apply to moral fiction. Now, immoral fiction basically where a writer will present a universal truth and then betray that truth. Okay? Like, for example, if you have a cheaters never prosper, but the only guy in the book who's cheating is winning all the time and wins right through the end, that's an author that has violated their universal truth. And you do get this a lot, especially in genres like romantasy, where basically the universal truth is dumped at the first sign of the love interest. Okay? So, those sorts of books depart from moral literature and go into adult literature. So, again, I think we need to do more work on this as Christians. Read more, write more, read more books, write more books. Do more art, enjoy more art. Okay, I'll take it. Uh, Christian Maoist asks, are there any other options than annihilationism, eternal conscious torment, and universalism? Yes, there are. There's actually about 7 options. Um, there is annihilationism. There's nihilism. Okay. There is active eternal conscious torment, passive eternal conscious torment, universalism, and recidivism. Okay? So there's actually a lot of options here. So it really is going to depend upon if, by the way, if my throat is frogging up, it's because yesterday I recorded 6 hours of content for doing that masterclass on epigraphy, which, by the way, again, will be Monday at 8 p.m. So, but he goes on here. You said you don't find annihilationism convincing, but it's hard to reconcile a just God with ECT. Here's the thing. I'm going to take a. I don't take a active ECT position. I take a passive ETC position. Okay. Passive ECT is much more easy to reconcile than active is. Okay. Because here's the thing with passive ECT. Passive eternal conscious torment is respecting the choice people make. Okay? Jack Ray says, I find it hard to reconcile a just God with annihilationism. I do too. Yeah, that's what I have problems justifying as annihilationism. It's like, okay, we're going to punish you for a time, and then we're just going to burn you up. This is Has Been Hotel. You want, I mean, I don't recommend people go out and watch Has Been Hotel, but if you want to understand annihilationism, that's Has Been Hotel. That's the theology of Has Been Hotel. Yeah, annihilationism is repulsive. Yeah, I would agree. It is. It is sadistic. Yeah. And not only that, you're burning him up slowly. You're burning him up slowly. I mean, you're not even I mean, it's not even throw them in the fire and they're gone like that. No, no, you're burning them up slowly. That's what you're doing. Oh, no, no, no. Uh, Christian Malice, I thought annihilationism was when you cease to exist, so I thought it was more merciful. Oh, no, that's not what's going on with annihilationism. Oh. No, no, no. No, you don't go up immediately. You hang around for a millennium or so, burning up slowly. And essentially what this is the fires of the lake of fire are just eating away at your essence slowly until you're finally gone. That's annihilationism. Okay? So no, it's not more merciful. It's horrid. It's absolutely awful. Because here's the thing, when like this is one of the responses like that Fudge gave. Fudge was asked, okay, how do you reconcile this with the payment of sins? The punishment for sins, and he go, oh, you don't get out of torment for sins. It's just not eternal. You pay for your sins by living in this torture first, and then you're burned up. What? Now, here's what I find, for example, say passive, more attractive. I find the passive stuff more attractive for a couple of reasons. One, it uses the Tabor light. Okay. Now, we talked about the energy essence distinction earlier. If you want to understand this view, you got to look up the Tabor light. Tabor light is essentially God's energy being shone down into hell so that God's not present in hell, but the energy of God is an energy light of holiness. And that holiness creates punishment through the trauma of holiness. So the more people sin, the more punishment they get. Okay? But it's also not one of those things that it's a, people had control over how much they get. Okay? Second of all, passive eternal conscious torment is an election. People choose to go there. They would rather go there than be with Jesus. So it's essentially they're on their own. So, but here's the thing. They also get a body. Everyone gets a body with at the resurrection. Some unto eternal bliss, some unto eternal shame. That body is a parting gift. Here's how we have to understand that. God could just throw souls into the lake of fire, and they would just have no agency. They would have no physicality. They would go insane. A soul without a body will eventually go insane. Because it has no agency. It has no ability to contact things. So, God gives these souls a body. So they can spend eternity going their own way away from God. And be with other like-minded individuals. Heaven help them. So, so in that respect, if God's giving them a body unto eternal punishment, as opposed to eternal life, it's eternal. Same means. That's not a body that's meant to be burnt up. It's basically these guys' survival suit in eternal punishment. Okay? And it's a punishment they brought down on themselves. They chose this. Nothing's unjust about that. Nothing at all. They had the same opportunity that everyone else had to choose Jesus. They decided to pay for it themselves. And that's the choice people make when they refuse Jesus. You choose Jesus, Jesus pays for your sins. You don't choose Jesus, you reject Jesus, you pay for your own sins. There's nothing at all unjust about that. Nothing at all. It's like, pick door number 1 or pick door number 2. It's your choice. But there's only 2 doors. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's why I don't find annihilationism convincing. I don't think it also works. I don't think it works textually either. Honestly, I don't think it works textually at all. So again, we've outlined these in several or one, we had a video where we talked about the various options of eternal justice if you want to look into that further. Okay, I think we're gonna call it a night at this point. How's that sound? Oh yeah, yikes, you are not wrong about that. All this just retracted that I see. Okay. So anyway, I think we're gonna call it a night here. It's been a long night. Uh, I Yep, Monday we are again starting a 3-part masterclass on epigraphy. So we hope you can join us for that. We're gonna be doing it as a premiere. So I will be your TA on the side as you listen to the instructor, who happens to be me also. Uh, Monday, 8 p.m. That's the right Pacific time. Um, so anyway, we want to thank our super chatters who have generously given to us. We really, really appreciate your support of the channel. We also want to thank those who contribute to us through PayPal. We really appreciate that because that gives us some tax breaks too. We also want to thank those who support us through Patreon and YouTube memberships. We really appreciate that. That helps keep the equipment running because it does break more often than we'd like. We also want to thank our regular members, our regular subscribers who watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and share our URLs with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out there. With that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We're glad you could be here, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.